Good morning. It's great to see everybody. Just let me know when you're ready. Good morning, Commissioners. We're just waiting for the Rancho Cordova office to be ready. So we just a few more minutes. Good to see you.
Good morning from Sacramento.
Good.
Can you see us?
Yes.
Okay. 13. Yeah, the sheriff report, she reported
Gary,
for
we're missing Gary.
Ferguson.
No, this one will be in the absent. Commissioner Gary, not listed. Does that get us to the 14th?
Well,
That's fine. Go ahead. Leave it on.
Carrie is that.
Yep.
Now the new thing.
All right, looks like we're ready to go. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. We are getting ready to get started. Okay, so we're ready to get started. I just want to say thank you for being here. So at this time, I'd like to call our California Student Aid Commission meeting to order this Thursday, March 5th, 2026, and it is 9:06 a.m. And before we start our meeting, we'll go ahead and turn over to Kat for roll call.
Thank you, Trustee Fuentes. Can everyone hear me on the Zoom? Yes. It was on. So before I begin roll call, welcome everyone to the March 5th, 2026 California Student Aid Commission meeting. To assess today's agenda, please visit our website at csac.ca.gov. Navigate to the About tab, mention from the left menu, and select Meeting Schedule and Materials. From there, you will find the meeting in the queue in the blue. Members of the public may comment on a specific agenda item or during the public forum. In-person attendees at 1102 Q Street, Sacramento, California 95811 must complete a public comment card available at the board liaison table. Virtual attendees may use the raise hand feature on the Zoom platform. After each agenda item, individuals will be called to address in the order the requests were received. We have 4 confirmed locations for today's meeting. We will begin with public comments at 1102 Q Street, Sacramento, and subsequently move to other locations, which will be held in alphabetical order, and wrap up with virtual comments. You will each have 2 minutes. A quick reminder that closed caption is available via Zoom platform. To enable, click the CC icon at the bottom screen. This concludes my remarks, and I will now start roll call. Chair Fuentes,
Present.
Commissioner Cardosa,
Present.
Chair Day, Commissioner Dopplemore,
Present.
Commissioner Dow, Commissioner Gary,
Present.
Commissioner Haynes,
Present.
Secretary Maxey,
Present.
Commissioner Ferguson,
Present.
Commissioner Robinson,
Present.
Commissioner Rodriguez, Commissioner Saravia, present, Commissioner Valladolid,
Present.
and lastly, Commissioner Vang.
Present.
Thank you. We have met quorum. I will now pass it back to Tracy Fuentes.
Thank you so much. Welcome, commissioners. I hope everyone's doing well today and excited to be here. And so we're going to go ahead and move on to our chair's oral report, item number 2. Just wanted to say thank you. I wish I was there with everyone in Sacramento. I know we all do. I'm excited to hear about Advocacy Day and how everything went yesterday. And just thank you for leading our team and for being there together. And definitely a shout out to our students and our council of directors that participated in Advocacy Day. So I just want to say thank you. And it was a perfect week as well because it was the day after the deadline. So I know we're going to maybe get some preliminary numbers on how we did with FAFSA and California DREAM Act applications with our March 2nd deadline. I know we were crazy busy working to support students again this year. And I think we're going to see some interesting data pieces come from what happened this year and what some of our students that were, U.S. citizens and their parents are not, and they decided to do a California DREAM Act. So eager to hear about that data, and just want to say thank you to the CSAC team. I know how much work you put in for Advocacy Day and for our time together. So we are busy here as well in Riverside County. We've been rocking and rolling this week with FAFSAs and just trying to continue to celebrate the work, but also we still have so much work to do. I want to share I'm getting so much different inspiration and from the students of class of 2025. And we are phone banking over 2,000 students that completed all the requirements to be accepted to a UC or CSU. And they completed their financial aid application. They did everything we asked of them. And as of this fall semester, they did not enroll anywhere for school, nowhere, community college, trade school, you name it. So we've made a commitment that we're calling each and every single one of these students in Riverside County because we need to find out what happened. And I'm going to guess, you can put in the chat or say it out loud what you think a common thread is, and it's affordability, right? It's didn't understand my award letter. One young lady didn't understand that it was more expensive for her to commute to Cal State San Marcos from Riverside than it was to necessarily live in the dorms. And that commute can be 2 hours minimum, 3 times a week. And so she stopped going. And if someone, had sat with her and explained the financial aid piece of living in the dorms was cheaper, even if you're taking a little bit of a student investment / loan, she may not have had to drop out. So she dropped out, and after a month, the commute was too much, and she's working 2 jobs so she can go back. I have plenty of stories. And so I think that's the inspiration, obviously, we all bring here today is how do we make higher ed not dependent on a zip code, right? But dependent on opportunities, and the students that are inspired and motivated get these opportunities. And so just excited for the agenda for all the commissioners to hear the amazing work our team is doing and more work to come. I do want to share a few housekeeping items. Commissioner Day got pulled to jury duty. I told him, come on. So I said, are you serious? But yes, he may pop in and pop out. He's going to try to if he can. So he won't be here with us today, but he's with us as well. And so he will not be present with us, but we'll make it work from all our different locations. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to our executive director's report, and just want to say thank you to Dr. Gonzalez and her relentless work.
I would love to interject. We are going to call public comment after the chair's report, and then we'll move on to DG's report.
Thank you so much, Kat. I'm so sorry about that. Let's go ahead and if we have any public comment.
Yeah, it's totally okay.
Okay, public comment on item number 2.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. So for public comment, agenda item 2, the chair's oral report. We'll begin with in-person comment. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature, and we will start with the in-person comment. We have 0 in-person comments. And now we'll move on to the virtual space, beginning with American River College, California State University, Los Angeles, Riverside County Office of Ed, University of San Francisco, and now all virtual attendees. Please unmute yourself. There are no comments. We will now be moving on to Dr. Gonzalez's, the Executive Director report. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you, Chair Cifuentes, and thank you, Kat, for making sure we are compliant. Thank you. Good morning. We've made it to March, and particularly for the CSAC team, we are on March 5th. Yesterday was a full day of Advocacy Day with all of the commissioners who are here with us in Sacramento, and we're really, really grateful to the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office, Commissioner Ferguson, for hosting us yesterday and this morning. On your screen, you're going to see a couple of photos, but I don't want to spend too much time on the report because today is a really, really important meeting. It will be the first time that you get a full glimpse after what it looks like to implement your CSAC Student Success Blueprint after 1 year. And for us at the California Student Foundation, all of our work is about serving many, many more students. And as our chair said, making college affordable for many more Californians. And so I want to spend most of our time there this morning and certainly throughout our commission meeting today. I want to make sure that we are grounded on metrics, that you are thinking about what are the leading and lagging indicators when it comes to college affordability. And more importantly, that you're thinking through how much more do we need to do so that we can actually achieve your goals, right? Are we headed in the right direction? And so I want us to hold on to that. Are we headed in the right direction? And what are the things that are going to actually get us to move the needle? And whose help do we need? Whose partnership do we need? But I want to say thank you to all of our commissioners who you see on the screen, who are here with us here in Sacramento, Commissioner Doppelmoor, Commissioner Saravia, Commissioner Haynes, Maxey, Ferguson, Valladolid, and Robinson, who spent the day with us yesterday. We were also joined by our cow soaps all across the state. We have only 16 of them, and 8 of them were here with us yesterday. And they really added to the storytelling. What is their impact and what is our collective impact here in California? It was an incredible partnership. And I had a great team. I know I get the privilege of speaking, but I had a really incredible team. We had to not just have 7 meetings in total. My team went to 7 meetings, but I spent the day with Commissioner Maxi and a student and Linda, who is our council director in San Diego. But our student Armita, it was her first day, first time ever coming in and doing advocacy, being in that space. She's from UC Davis, and she did an incredible job. Every meeting that we went to, she would say, I'm here on behalf of 2.2 million students, and they need us to make college more affordable. It was really inspiring to spend the day with her yesterday. Our message was very clear. We are that early indicator for enrollment, persistence, and success. And there are a couple of things that the legislature can do within existing resources and some real investments. We believe they're modest that can be made so that we can serve many more Californians. I know we shared our materials with all of you, but really this year we're focused on being very strategic. What are the critical infrastructures that we need to build out for the state? Those are investments in our IT, our legal services, and our auditing so that we can make sure students are receiving their aid on time and that they're reaching the right students. And then as well as supporting our CalSOAPs. You will also see us continuing to double down on Cal Grant reform. And this year, our advocacy was around being able to say, can we at least make an investment? Can we focus in on those transfer entitlement students, particularly those that are 29 and 30-year-olds? There are many different ways and strategies that we can use, but being able to build out affordable workforce pathways, being able to serve many more students is really important for the commission. And then lastly, being able to safeguard our vulnerable populations. That's our work with the California DREAM Act application. And that's certainly also our work in preserving the programs that we already know are working, like the Golden State Teacher Grant Program and the Middle Class Scholarship. I know you are eager to know what happened with March 2nd. And so I had a chance to spend some time with the implementation work group members. I see some of them here on our virtual screen. I saw them earlier. But essentially, we are on track. We said this year was our comeback year. That's what we said. We were calling it our comeback year. We wanted to beat 23-24, which was the implementation of AB 469, and we are on track. I don't have final numbers for you, but roughly this is what it's looking like. When we compare ourselves to last year, and what you're seeing on the screen right now is California is 10th in the nation on the NCAN dashboard. What's really important to note is last year around this time, we were number 18, we were number 15. Right now we're at 10th place. That data gets updated every month, every Friday, they kind of update it. So this is last week's, so last Friday, what you're seeing on the screen. So we've made a tremendous impact. Also, one thing to note, if you recall, this is only FAFSA. They're not counting our California DREAM Act applicants. But what we know as of February 26, and this is the data we share with our implementation work group, when you look at the high school class, which we care about for March 2nd, this year we have 406,936 high school students completing their FAFSA, 6,618 completing a California DREAM Act application. Why does that matter? Because last year you had at this time 303,606 completing a FAFSA and 5,081 completing a California DREAM Act application. So we are headed in the right direction. We're finishing our final numbers by tomorrow. We'll do a press release. We'll send it out to you all. But we are looking at this year being our landmark year. And of course, you all know that we're not done. We have to get those high school students in by June 30th and then do that last push to get those students to enroll in community colleges and apply by September 2nd. So a lot of really good news, and I look forward to sharing that press release with all of you on that progress. We also want to make sure that we thank our implementation work members. When we look at the numbers, they're not just numbers. These are real people, real human beings, and they are the future of California. So we are not doing any of this work alone. The folks that you see on this screen are the folks that we meet with every single month. These are the soldiers on the ground that when we say, hey, this region is not doing well, This is the group that gets organized. You see representation from all of your segments. They're pulling all of their media, their training team, their counselors, all of it on the ground. And I think honestly, this is why we're making a difference. This is why your numbers are growing. It's the way that we're working differently. It's our messaging as well. And it's always hard to tell which strategy worked, but I can tell you these people on the screen, they are making a difference every single day. I also want to acknowledge that it is Women's History Month, and I had the honor of being mentored by many, many women. And one of them was Delaney Easton. And she was, and still is, the first and only woman to serve as superintendent of public instruction. And she would remind me every day, men of quality are not threatened by women's equality. And that's exactly how I picked my now husband, men of quality. But it is Women's History Month, and here at the commission, you have many women leaders, including all of our commissioners, all of our CSAC team members, our student association leaders at the statewide level, and certainly all of the mothers and sisters that you have in your life. And so we want to honor them today and say thank you for always putting students first, for leading in your own way and reaching back to help the next generation. One of the women leaders that joined just a week ago, hit the ground running. First day on the job was an all-staff meeting in Rancho Cordova. A week later, joined us for Advocacy Day is Nikki Kangas, and she's here with us in Sacramento, so I'm going to ask Nikki to just wave. She is our first PIO for the California Student Commission. It's a new position that we've created to lead and really focus in on our communications component to tell our story. And so her job, I don't mean to overwhelm her, but her job is to tell our story, to tell the impact story of the California Student Aid Commission, to share the story of the potential of our students when we are able to fund every single Californian who applies for financial aid. Every year, roughly 2.2 million Californians complete a FAFSA or a CADA. And so we need to figure out a way to unlock their potential. And then her job is also to tell your CSAC Student Success Blueprint story. What is your vision? Where are we trying to head by 2030? So I'm excited to have Nikki join us. She has had many, many different roles, decades of experience, leading communications, helping school districts, private and public sector institutions to lead that work. But for us, she's very excited to first tell the student story and lead in a student-centered way and helping us reach many more families and students and working with all of our stakeholders. So I look forward to introducing Nikki in person to all of us when we meet at Cal State LA. But I hope that you start to see the impact of her work because she already hit the ground running for us. With that, Chair Cifuentes, I'll hand it back to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Gonzalez. At this time, we'll go to open up if any commissioners have any questions or comments on Dr. Gonzalez's report. Okay. All right. Seeing in, oh, we do. Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson. I think that, go for it.
I think Commissioner Nakamura was left. Yes, go ahead. Yes, again, hello, everyone. First, I would like to thank our director, Dr. Gonzalez. Our day of advocacy, it was amazing. I had a great time. I was on team 4. Thank you, Dr. Maldal, for allowing me to be a part of the team. And also, I had the opportunity to be on team 4 and advocate with Commissioner Ferguson. So that was a great opportunity. And to also just work with the additional directors from our different CalSOAPs. So Dr. Gonzalez, I want to thank you again for your creativity. This was like one of many, but what was really special about this Advocacy Day, we had the opportunity to kind of meet and kind of get some feedback and best practices, share best practices with our CalSOAP director. So that was amazing. So again, I want to thank you for the invite, for having us here today, and allow us, because I understood the assignment. The assignment when we left was to be unapologetically. So all the different teams, I want to thank everyone that went out, and we unapologetically advocated on the behalf of the students that we serve here. And I was very fortunate, and it was an honor for me to take part and be a part of that yesterday. So again, thank you so very much for also the team. You guys did an amazing job getting us here and letting us know where we needed to go with all the different changes. But that was amazing. So it was a very good, inspiring, and motivational day yesterday. But again, we unapologetically advocated for students of California yesterday here at the state capitol. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Dopplemore. Any other commissioners like to share?
Robinson.
Please, Commissioner Robinson.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I thought Team P was the best, so maybe I have to.
Oh my God, Sharaf, she's a little bit, I sparked some competition there. Go ahead.
Yes, and I do second Commissioner Dopplemore, and it was a very, very productive day yesterday. And thank you so much, Dr. Gonzalez and the team. And it was clear, actually, we had a, we were there, we came here and everything was well organized. And we had a mission, and of course, we represented 2.2 million students yesterday, and met many legislators, staffer. And one thing I noticed, when we met in the Capitol, it was everybody was excited, higher ed. There is so much people were excited there. And just as, few items like Cal Grant C, I did see many of the legislators, staffer were really interested to partner with us. And when we talk about the impact, right, we have 120 students applied and only 7,000 students received the grant, and there is a lot of interest in the Capitol to partner with us. So maybe we can talk about it later. And the other thing I just want to share, I was just thinking about it, the impact story. So it was thank you so much for hiring Nikki with the PIO. Because this is what I love. Whenever we were representing CSAC yesterday, there were so much people, so many of the staffer. I went to CalSO. I went to, I got Cal Grant. I was a FASFA. So there are so much impact. They shared with us their own story, and it was very nice to hear from, the people who are in legislature, they're working there. So I do think in the future probably, or I know maybe I can share who is the person so we can highlight them. And there is so much, people very excited to see us and share their story and their experience. So thank you so much for creating the position. I think it's very, very unique and very helpful for us to promote the impact, what we are all making.
All right, thank you. Please go for it.
No, good morning, folks. I want to put in a plug. The University of Sac State, we're hosting a huge women's event in honor of Women's History Month. That we have our very own Daisy Gonzalez, who's serving on the panel, a powerhouse panel with the first Black woman to serve as city manager here in the city of Sacramento. We have over 360 folks registered. Half of those are students of color on campus. Very excited. I also want to take a moment to ground us of the situation in the Middle East. A lot of our students are being impacted. More importantly, in addition to that, we also have students who parents are vets. One of the 6 who were killed in the situation in Iran is from Sacramento. So I want to ground us and make that note.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Ving. Do we have any other questions or comments from our commissioners? Okay, just want to say thank you so much again to the advocacy team that was there yesterday. You guys even got that picture. You did a lot yesterday. But I say that the best team is the one who brings us the most money when things are signed. I'm just kidding. We'll see that. We'll see. That's
Noted. Noted, Chair.
noted. Whoever brings us the most for students. But okay, all right. At this time, I'll turn it to Kat so we could do public comment on item number 3.
Thank you, Trustee Fuentes, and for all the commissioners for your notes. Yesterday was definitely a productive day, given what everyone said. So for public comment for item 3 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comment at the Sacramento location, then move to other locations and conclude with virtual comment. We will have 2 minutes. With that, we have 0 public comments in person. We will now move to the virtual space. Beginning in alphabetical order with American River College, California State University, Los Angeles, Riverside County of Ed, University of San Francisco, and all virtual attendees. At this point, we have no virtual attendees. We will now pass it back to Chair Cifuentes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Kat. At this time, we're gonna move on to item number 4. I wanted to share, I apologize, forgot to mention earlier in some housekeeping. Commissioners, we're gonna get push through our agenda as far as we can, and we'll probably maybe take a 10-minute break. I'd rather take a 10-minute break and maybe get you out by 12:30, so then you can go to lunch, then keep you after 1. I know many of you are traveling back. So just wanted to, we'll see how it goes, but we may just do that instead of pausing for a break. So just wanted to put that, but we will make sure we get some time. All right, let's go ahead and go into item number 4. Well, this is our item. Item number 4 is CSAC Student Success Blueprint in Action, Aligning Structures and Resources. We'll have Dr. Daisy Gonzalez, our Executive Director, along with Catalina Missler, our Chief Deputy Executive Director, and Dora Acker, our Division Chief Career Executive Management. Thank you so much.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. I want to start off the item and really have Catalina and Dora lead you through this effort. So I just want to put it into context. A lot of the folks that you have seen in the last just 2 days, really, if you were here in Sacramento, they're new team members. So I want to highlight folks like Justin and Danny, who you got to meet. You just met Nikki, but you're also seeing the incredible work of Kim, Maria, Pat, Jason, Shelveen. These are the team members behind the scenes that it took to make this work possible. And it's how we are shifting in real time here at the CSAC Student Aid Commission, really thinking about our impact, how our teams collaborate differently. So it took the GR team, the communications team, our outreach team, the executive office, our data team, and then all of our executives to make this work possible. That's the energy and the integration that needs to happen with everything that we do. Right? Everything. That's what it looks like to eliminate silos as you're implementing your vision and our work. But more importantly, how we achieve actual equity goals. We need intersectional, cross-divisional collaboration with our teams. That's what this item is about. So when you hear from our Chief Deputy Catalina Missler, this blueprint in action is about giving you a glimpse into what that work looks like internally. How do you shift your resources, your structures? How do you align an organization to now a strategic plan? And how do you begin to infuse innovation? How do you see the next set of the workload that needs to happen? Because when you're leading this work, particularly in a public state agency with constrained resources, with a lot of different labor union contracts, you have to be very conscious of every step that you take. And at the same time, carry a sense of urgency for Californians and our taxpayers, right? So this item is giving you a glimpse into what it looks like to align resources and priorities, very much a part of the internal structures about how we empower our staff. But you all know that this is really an item about resiliency. We are a small but mighty organization, 153 approved positions, 125 currently filled. You know that when I arrived a year and a half ago, we were facing 3-year deficits. We had freezed all hiring. We had eliminated all student worker positions. The good news is we're in a very different place today. And so this item is about giving you a glimpse into what it looks like to grow, have adaptable leaders. How do we train all of our staff to be growth mindset leaders? And what does it look like to be public servants that are student-centered? And I'm just grateful to be a part of this work, to be a part of your vision, and to be able to lead equity-centered work on behalf of California students. So the item is about sustainability. And I want to hand it over to our Chief Deputy Catalina Missler, who's going to guide us through this presentation, as well as Dora, because Dora is leading all of our IT infrastructure. And that's one of the most important things to align when you're achieving a vision. Your IT infrastructure has to be aligned with where you're headed. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Catalina.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. And I want to, I was thinking this morning, like, here I am, it's 2026, and I'm still here at the commission. And I'm always wondering if the commissions think, Kalina's still here. Why does she stay? And this presentation I want to share with you, what we're sharing with you today is one of the reasons I stay. And there's just so many opportunities that we have. And when I see that we continue to partner and expand those partnerships, and as we did with Cal Kids and the next hopefully with Cal Fresh, I just think that there's opportunities for us to implement and to do the work. And so I don't know where I would be if I was retired anyways today. I think my husband tells me during the week that I should retire. And then on the weekends, he's like, maybe not. So I so I think that this is what keeps me here. And we'll start with this slide on the Student Success Blueprint accomplishments in 2025. So commissioners, you've seen this slide before, and you've seen these accomplishments in your newsletters. We've also shared them with you in our presentations at commission meetings. And then we've been updating you as we've been implementing the blueprint along the way. So I'll just highlight a few of them. So you know that we achieved an 11% increase in financial aid applications. And you also know for the first time in several years that we had to open up the FAFSA and CADA on October 1st, which for us seemed like impossible. And I know that the better FAFSA in 24-25, we were all nervous about it. We kept seeing the delays. But you need to also know that because we administer the CADA application, it aligns with the FAFSA. And that SAI formula has to be the same formula as used in the CADA. So our team has to make those changes and enhancements alongside the U.S. Department of Education. And that's why we continue to make sure that we are also aligning with that work and that timeline. So yes, we were nervous, but we were able to complete it, get it done and launched. We also presented to you on the new Cal Grant renewal process. Now, this is one that I have been waiting for a long time, and we've talked about the renewal process and how can we change it to better serve students and more timely. And this has been a longstanding project that we wanted to lead on. And today you're going to hear a presentation about the student-centered IPA, Institutional Participation Agreement, as well as other items on the blueprint accomplishments. And at our last commission meeting, if you remember, Dr. Moldoff and I had the honor to present on the integration of Cal Kids into our web grant system and the incredible impact that leveraging data can do to connect with students to take action. So this work is a result of intentional effort. It takes a lot of planning, and we're very fortunate to have the team that we have, and under Dr. Gonzalez's leadership, and most importantly, the clarity that you have all given us on what we need to deliver. But this presentation, as Dr. Gonzalez shared, is about the internal transformation. The Student Success Blueprint came to us at a moment of transformation, and we were needing to transform out of urgency. And what was that urgency? Next slide. This was our urgency. This shows us what we were facing in 24-25 and why we needed to transform out of urgency. This work came to us as we were needing to address statewide declines in financial aid applications, internal hiring freezes, reductions of operational expenditures. We were in a crisis, and this is why we needed the blueprint. And the blueprint not only came to us because we needed a strategic plan, it came to us because we were in this crisis. The 24-25 year was very challenging. While some would call this a crisis, others would lean in and know that we needed to innovate. And we had no choice but to do that. And that's exactly what we did. We took the opportunity to innovate. We also have to acknowledge the past. So Dr. Gonzalez arrived at CSAC during declines in financial aid applications and during hiring freezes. We were implementing this work and getting ready to launch the work during the hiring freeze and having to reduce all operational expenditures. And every division at CSAC was impacted by this. We needed to share travel costs, and where Dr. Gonzalez had to reimagine the role of philanthropy, while at the same time advocating for budget change proposals for the 25-26 fiscal year. So the point of this, we're sharing this with you because we want to share how we turned a crisis into an opportunity to innovate, and therefore adopting a blueprint while this work needed to be done internally. Next slide. So here are our 25-26 structural accomplishments. We're proud to say that we achieved 4 key things that are structural alignments. And why do we celebrate these 4 structural accomplishments? Because the blueprint asks us to do a mindset shift. And it was being done during that really challenging time. And so we celebrate the fact that we were able to secure additional funding in 25-26 to address the budget deficits. We had projected $3 million deficit in ongoing funding that was required to avoid CSAC from falling off a fiscal cliff in 26-27, and failure to support the ongoing funds in the budget year and plus 1 year out, and the bridge one-time funds for budget year would have resulted in CSAC being unable to address its workload issues that would have been persistent into the future, and we would not have the ongoing funds needed to address positions left vacant. Those were our deficits, and in year 1, Dr. Gonzalez led us to address those deficits by convincing the state legislature and the governor that CSAC's mission is worthy of this investment. We balanced the budget, yay, in 24, 25, and 25, 26, and this allowed us to remove hiring freezes to backfill these vacant positions, using the workload analysis, and to invest in our IT because we knew that IT was a priority. And we hear it very often from you commissioners that IT is a priority. We need to keep the interface up and running so that our students and our stakeholders are able to use our system. This year, we're also celebrating that we invited the California Department of Technology Stabilization Fund to select CSAC as one of the agencies to invest in. Next slide. So how did we get here? We had to lead the blueprint by making internal implementation investments. And under the leadership of Dr. Gonzalez and our team, we launched the workload analysis. This was necessary for us to implement this and also to continue to do so that we can continue to invest in the right areas. So because of the hard work that we were able to backfill, we were able to backfill 22 positions. It also meant that we were able not just to backfill, but to really think and invest in our staff. And we have led that through 4 key strategies. When you're nurturing the next generation of leaders, you have to think about their growth in real time and in the future. CSAC needs to help grow the next pipeline of leaders. So to lead the internal implementation, we had to make some investments, and that was really important for us. We led the work through the workload analysis, then that allowed us to backfill positions. But we had to invest in the real time and in the future, and that led us to invest in our own staff and in their growth, which led us to a tuition reimbursement program, which is a modest investment to help our own staff invest in their education. Many agencies have programs like this. We also launched an innovation grant, which was one-time funding to be able to seed innovation in alignment with the blueprint. We call it our CSAC Shark Tank. We also launched the mentorship program, where our staff volunteer to mentor others, and a career counseling program where we help staff understand how they can stay and contribute their best talent to CSAC. This was a priority for us, to invest in our staff. Next slide. Ta-da! So here we are. Here are the 22 new staff. And there's some incredible, talented people that we've hired because we were able to balance that budget and the work that we've been doing internally and our own mission. And one of them is Dora Acker, who will be presenting shortly. Next slide. So commissioners, I want to talk about IT now because that was a priority area for us, and it has been for many of you as well, just to make sure that, again, we keep our systems up and running and secure. We would not have been able to invest in this area if we hadn't aligned our structures and our resources. But one of the things that was also done by Dr. Gonzalez was to pick up the phone and call the California Department of Technology to invest in CSAC. We asked them to come and analyze our system and our processes and to tell us how we can improve. This resulted in this investment. The investment that you see in front of us Commissioner Robinson, I'm sure you're familiar with the CDT Stabilization Fund and it being used by other state agencies. So ultimately, an investment that was led by Dora Acker, and she can speak more eloquently about the value in these investments and what they mean to CSAC. We want to thank the Technology Stabilization Fund Board for investing $437,850. This was a big investment for CSAC. I'll read a brief quote from Tracy Lee, the Deputy Chief Transformation Officer with the California Critical Services Office with the California Department of Technology. Oops, hold on. I have to zoom it in, even with my glasses. Okay, now I zoomed it in too far and I think I got it. Okay. CSAC GDS is critical for over 2 million students, making it an ideal candidate for TSF. The Technology Stabilization Fund, established by the 2022 Budget Act, aims to proactively identify and stabilize essential state technology services, recognizing that many departments may lack the resources. We raised our hand. We lack the resources to promptly resolve critical vulnerabilities that could otherwise disrupt state operations for extended periods. And that's why it was important for us to reach out to a state partner to help us in this area. So as I shared, Dora Acker, our Chief Information Officer, can speak about this work and the actual internal transformation that has been taking place here at CSAC. Dora will give you a glimpse into our IT alignment and the work she is leading. I'll now transition to her. Dora?
Thank you, Catalina. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Dora Acker. As Dr. Gonzalez stated, I am the new Chief Information Officer for the IT Service Division at California Student Aid Commission. So allow me to start by sharing what leading this initiative truly means to me. I consider education a profound gift that was given to me, and my goal is to share that gift by empowering others. I am the product of what financial aid can do for all students. The day I graduated from college was one of the best days of my life. Education opened doors that otherwise wouldn't have been available to me. My children were also greatly impacted, witnessing the dramatic changes in our lives because of education. So, needless to say, both of them graduated with a computer science degree as well. So, when we pass this gift to others, we are not only impacting an individual, but we're actually impacting everyone that is connected to them. That is what truly drives me to go the extra mile, to keep strong when we encounter roadblocks here at CSAC. All right, with that said, 10 months ago, I stepped into the role of CIO, initially serving as an interim for the first 3 months, and later officially assigned to the permanent role, thanks to Dr. Gonzalez and Commissioner Robinson, to whom I'm deeply grateful for entrusting me with this opportunity to officially lead the IT Service Division. So shortly after taking this permanent role, Dr. Gonzalez stated that one of our immediate priorities was the urgent development of an IT alignment plan and roadmap. Oh my goodness, I'll be honest. At first, it was clear to me this was an assignment that represented a substantial undertaking. We were facing challenging situations with hiring freeze, which have left us with many of our IT positions vacant. Compounding this, CDT has just completed a system overview presenting CSAC with a great list of findings that require immediate attention. So I start thinking, can I do this? However, despite these pressures, my commitment was clear. And my response to Dr. Gonzalez was, I am up to the challenge. So our approach involved 2 parallel paths. First, we prioritize addressing the CDT findings. This required building a strong partnership with CDT, which, by the way, again, I want to extend our profound thanks to CDT for their significant sponsorship and support, both financially and with resources. They have been truly amazing to us. So we work simultaneously on CDT findings and creating the IT alignment plan and roadmap. These dual objectives have been key to our progress. Can we go back to the first slide? There you go. So that's the one. Thank you. No, the first slide. Back, please. Next one. There you go. So now you may wonder why this IT alignment plan and roadmap matters. It matters because it aligns IT resources and priorities to the student success blueprint by balancing core operations with modernization and innovation, by ensuring secure, reliable, and student-centered technology, and by providing transparency into priorities, capacity, and timing. It also delineates how IT supports the CSAC mission by delivering secure and resilient systems for students, institutions, and staff. This also aligns IT supports with the students' success blueprint goals to facilitate equitable access, support, and access to all the students, making sure they get the much needed financial awards for their career goals. Next slide, please. So developing the IT alignment plan and roadmap requires strong team involvement. My goal was to ensure genuine buy-in and acceptance from my staff. Empowering them to lead this critical work with full commitment was essential for success. So to achieve this, we discussed IT commitments, which led to the following key points: accountability and ownership of our work, collaboration and coordination across divisions, reliability and operational excellence, security first mindset, student-centric design, and accessibility. Does this look familiar to you? Because it should. Okay, let me show you. Next slide, please. All right, here we have the 5 student-centered financial aid key commitments outlined in the Student Success Blueprint. And if you notice, the IT core values that we were showing before perfectly align and correlate with these key commitments. For example, if I have brought to my team the first commitment and said, always design and act with dignity and compassion for students, they probably would have said, Dora, what are you talking about? But by analyzing this first from our technical perspective, we connected that first commitment to our core values. Can you please go back to the other slides where we have the core values? No, yes, there you go. So one specific core values that will correlate is the student-centric design and accessibility. Also, let's take a look at the accountability and ownership of our work core value. So now let's go to the next slide. That core value aligns perfectly with commitment number 3. Take ownership of goals and performance. So by aligning our core values with the 5 key commitments, all we are doing is centering all our technical services, programs, applications, and everything we do in the IT shop to the financial needs of our students. All right, next slide, please. Here we have a high-level overview of our IT roadmap. We divided the projects into 3 phases. The first is the near-term project that will be completed this year, 2026. The second is comprised of mid-term projects that will be completed from 2027 to 2028. And lastly, the long-term projects that will be completed from 2029 to 2030. So to visually demonstrate how our projects support the CSAC Student Success Blueprint goals, please refer to the first column on the slide. For example, the equitable access goal is directly aligned to the integration of DSIG with web grants, the improvement of CADA performance and security, and the web grants password reset and recovery projects. But today, we're only providing a high-level overview of our multi-year roadmap, and we will only concentrate on the near-term projects in 2026. And because it is a dynamic plan, we're actively incorporating new information to adapt to evolving needs and priorities. Also, many upcoming enhancements and projects will require technology modernization, and our partners at CDT are fully supporting us on that. So this roadmap is very much a work in progress. All right, next slide, please. So to reiterate, we're only focusing on the near-term projects in 2026. Now that we have dedicated a dedicated committee helping us, we look forward to working with you. So we are open to suggestions, prioritizations, etc. But before I continue, I would like you to focus and pay attention to the peak in that slide. This is my wonderful IT management team. That's a mighty team. Now that we have been able to backfill most of our IT vacancies, we are really committed as a team to improving our system and take the system to the next level. All right. My team and I are committed to completing the following: integration of DC with web grants. This is a specialized program that has been manually processed by staff that maintain the data in an Excel file. Now we're going to automate the whole DC process, starting from applications all the way to payments. This is a very exciting project. I hope you are as excited as we are. We had CalKids phase 2 and phase 3. So last year we were successful launching CalKids in phase 1. And recently we completed phase 2. And soon we are going to be completing phase 3. So this is another excellent project that we completed here at CSAC. Also, the much needed redundancy server implementation. Again, our CDT partners have been very grateful to support us financially and resource-wise. With this huge project, again, this is something that is going to take a few months, but that is going to be very, very beneficial to CSAC. We also will be working on the network security posture improvement, the DDoS protection implementation, which introduces several layers of security for our system to make it more robust. The Windows and Linux operation system upgrades. And I also included this last bullet to show that we continue to address the CDT findings proactively. We have created a separate IT roadmap for the CDT findings since we are committed to complete this project by August this year. All right, that brings me to the end of my presentation. I would like now to hand it over to Catalina.
Thank you, Dora. I hope that this presentation and the IT work that's being done and led by Dora gives you that confidence that what we're doing here at CSAC is important in transforming the work and bringing the leaders in. And she brought her management team in, so now she doesn't have to be an octopus and have her hands in everything, managing everything, because that's where she was. She was doing all of that work, leading all those different divisions. So what are the next steps for us to strengthen the implementation? And what Dora has done has brought in her growth mindset leaders. And I'm also happy to announce that we've made progress in hiring one key executive team member and are in the process of interviewing for the other key executive team member. We'll continue to hire growth mindset leaders in critical areas who will lead our teams to reimagine our work and to continue to innovate. We also need to advocate to secure the resources for critical operations for 26-27. One attorney 8 auditors, and a redundancy server, and an IT specialist for critical operations. And and number 3, our innovation cycles. On page 17 of the blueprint, and I know that you all have a copy of it, we don't leave home without it. At least I don't leave home without it. This blueprint is important to continue our focus. On page 17 of the blueprint, goal 2, strategic direction 4, conduct internal reviews of all CSAC programs to streamline the processes, create efficiencies, and propose the necessary regulatory and legislative changes. I'm leading this team, and I'm proud to say that we've developed the process for internal program reviews, and we've completed our first review of the Golden State Teacher Grant Program. We produced a fact sheet that was created to help support the government relations team for our hearings, and just to really identify, is the program being run efficiently and it's the best? Is it streamlined for our students? And this gives us the opportunity to really dive deep into our program administration and to see if there are any necessary changes that we need to make, enhancements, and even policy changes. So we're proud of this work. Our next goal is to complete the internal reviews for the Cal Grant C and the Dreamer Service Incentive Grant Program. Our internal implementation work also includes, as Dr. Gonzalez mentioned earlier, eliminating silos. Our leaders are reviewing their division structures to align to the student success blueprint. And cross-divisional work is a must, and input is key across all the divisions to really successfully align the structures and resources. And then 5, you've heard from Dora, who shared her work in aligning the IT structures and resources to set those priorities and the transformational change being made in her division. So commissioners, I want to thank you for your continuous support and the clarity that's given to us through the adoption of the Student Success Blueprint. And you know, and we know, this is not easy work. It's challenging. And especially when the state and federal landscapes evolve around us, it gets even more challenging. But we always have to think, we have to, if our mission is important for us to reach students and give them the opportunity to make that transition to a higher education. That is key for us. Our teams are cultivating new practices and they're innovating in their spaces to reimagine the work we do. We're a small agency, but together we've done some amazing work. And as we enter the second year of the blueprint implementation, we will have gained a new muscle, or 2 or 3, that will allow CSAC to be a student-centered leader in college affordability. There's more work to be done, and we know that it's hard, but we're ready for that work. And I'll end with this quote from Socrates. The secret of change is to focus all of your energy, not on fighting the old, but on building the new. And today, CSAC, we're here to build the new. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Catalina. I want to go ahead and open up to commissioners for any questions or comments. Please go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Robertson.
Thank you so much, Catalina and Dora, for sharing all this information. It's really amazing work, and really appreciate to see all the operational improvement. I know Catalina shared a lot of information, Dr. Gonzalez, and I like a lot of information. You know, how are we building our staff, and innovation grant, that is interesting. It looks like innovation for me, right? You know, providing the support for all the stuff.
Mr. Robinson, if you could speak up a little bit louder, please. We can hear you.
Okay, sure. And so I really appreciate all the operational work happening at CSAC to strengthen our staff and overall staff development and growth. And really appreciate, the work you're doing, like innovation grant and career counseling, and those looks very support. It is very important for commission to have that support of our staff. So Dora, I know you have shared a lot of things, and I can relate a lot of the work what you're doing there. And thank you so much for jumping in the fire. I know I believe last month actually, you took this role, and it's a lot of work needs to be done. And really appreciate all the work you've been doing. And I like the way I know you're transforming your team and especially hiring the right people and growth mindset and building your team. And that can take a long way. So appreciate all the work you've been doing. And that you have the vision, right? Right now, you know what you are, what you want to accomplish now and future, and how it's going to impact the students and things and the commission as well. So, all your strategic goal, the one thing I saw was building a student-centered system. So we are all no matter what we do, it's all student-centered, right? We are creating student-centered policies, student-centered technology solutions, and cybersecurity. You talked about cybersecurity. That's a huge thing in every organization. So really see a lot of work you are doing to improve the security and cybersecurity for CSAC. And like the work plan, actually. So a lot of time we talk about strategies, right? And really, I see you have a plan now, what you want to do now and next year and future. So that really helps actually see your staff where they need to focus their energy, right? Building the new things, not fighting for the current one. So thank you for bringing that the vision and guiding your staff and your team and to help the commission and commission's blueprint. So that has been clear in your presentation, and I appreciate sharing the work plan. And it's a good to have partnership with CDT. They have a lot of resources, and happy to see that you all are using those resources to build and strengthen our infrastructures. Appreciate all the work, and I know lot of work, like Katrina was sharing, you've been to Octobus, right? I never heard this word, so thank you, Katrina. And yes, and now I can see you're building the team, and you have a vision, and that is going to support commission's mission and serving the student. I appreciate all your work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do you have other questions from other commissioners?
Commissioner Maxey?
Yes, I would like to piggyback on Commissioner Robinson's comments in thanking you for this report, because to me, it showed me in just the picture of the individuals, people that I never see, but they are the ones that put our systems into compliance, into the working order that for a person like myself, boots on the ground with these high schoolers, I can say with confidence that your information is secure and, those kinds of things, because that has been one of the main things is that people don't trust us. They don't know who we are and those kinds of things. Yesterday, even moving about the halls, going from meeting to meeting, and you kind of bump into people and, oh, who are you here with? Because there were several different groups, of course, advocating for their cause. And they said, well, who is CSAC? And so you say it's the California Student Aid Commission. But then you have to add on, we are the group that is really pushing for funding for students to go on to college. And they go, oh, yeah, that is important, because all of a sudden it resonates with them that there's someone in their family or their network that need financial aid in whatever form that comes in, what little bit or a lot. I enjoy hearing about what you're doing now, what has happened. Dora, it's amazing, all the things that you did. And Catalina, you said it. She doesn't have to be an octopus anymore. She has a team of people that have come together, and they saw what needed to be done. They did it right away, and there's still work to be done, but it's moving certainly in the right direction. We have a lot of students. I love the fact that when we say all, we mean all. I heard that word a lot yesterday, because sometimes we say all, but then we leave people out. And we're trying to be all inclusive. When we say everyone, we mean everyone. And we started naming them even yesterday in some of our talks. We're talking about the homeless. We're talking about the foster kids in every group, because if you don't name it, then people will kind of silently let it just kind of lie. They look for those shining stars. I've always worked on the premise that I'm a lady that loves diamonds. So a diamond starts off rough. You've got to buff it. until it shines. Well, I look at my students like that you see a student with potential, and it does take a lot more time, but you shine them up, and then you let that gem shine. And if we don't pay for that kind of work now, we'll pay for it later. And we don't want to pay later. We're paying enough now. So let's not wait for it to get higher and more costly. Let's catch them when they're young, and systems like this going into place and blueprints and all that we have put on paper, we're making it come alive. And I really appreciate that. So thank you both so much, and your team. Can't forget the team.
I forgot to mention one thing just real quick. Before I started, when I talked about why am I still here, same question I asked Commissioner Maxey, and you get the same answer. Because this work matters and we can make a difference in students' lives. And I know that Commissioner Maxey does that every day. And going back to her work and to those schools and working with those students, and that I'm here because the same reason Commissioner Maxey sticks around.
Yep. Around a cool minute.
All right, any other commissioners?
Yes, Chair. Yes, again, I just want to thank you, Ms. Dora Acker and team, just to kind of go back, I'm thinking about yesterday as well. And what comes to mind is I also appreciate you tying those mission critical infrastructure investments, right? So that's along the lines of what we were advocating for yesterday. And what this does, most importantly, what I'm seeing is now what that does is that puts a picture, not just to the what we're doing, the how we're doing it, but also the who is doing it. So putting a name to the face, but also that is also solidifying the ask for the investment in those critical resources and infrastructure, right? So that's building transparency, and that's the efficiency on the CSAC side, but it's also the trust we talked about yesterday of the students and the families that we serve, to ensure that we're making those critical investments to ensure that their data is secure and it's being protected. So again, I want to thank you for that today. And that's all I have, Chair.
Thank you. All right, any other commissioners?
Yeah, if I could.
Please.
Sure. So a few things that I did take away that I think are important, especially for the staff on this call to hear. It is okay to acknowledge where we see a weakness and how we can try to address it. Oftentimes, we may see something and not speak up because we're worried. Okay, well, what will that mean? Well, it'll mean we'll find a solution to it. So just want to thank the staff for focusing on some of those weaknesses and saying, what can we do to do better? It's a challenge, and it goes to change management too. So no staff at the commission, we're going to get there. We always need to find those areas where we can improve, where we can do better, where there might be that type of weakness. And together we get to those solutions and we can address it. But I did have one question on the IT front, and that is, as we think about this work plan, how are we integrating AI tools from the perspective of a lot of our students are very AI literate these days as they come into the system. So how are we thinking about it from the perspective of, taking advantage of what those students know and what they've learned?
Definitely. We actually are looking into it more this year as we other agencies also are integrating AI in their departments. And so there is a lot of collaboration and coordination in getting to know more about AI with security, because that's very important. We don't want to just emerge in AI and then open doors that we should not open. And so we're doing it with security in mind, but also learning from other agencies. Right now we have the POPI project that CDT has actually provided not only for CSAC, but for other agencies. We are participating in that POC, a proof of concept. And so we are gaining a lot from that puppy project, but we also want to start digging a little bit more into what other agencies are doing, make sure that it's secure, and go steady, not to rush into it, steady toward the future.
Excellent. And then I had one other question that was on one of the slides, talked about CalFresh connections. And I think that's to connect our students to those benefits. But what are we doing or thinking about as a system to approach our partners at CalFresh or at DHCS Healthcare Services on the Medi-Cal front to also inform parents of these opportunities to try and get more students, whether that's a traditional high school student or maybe someone who's 1, 2, 3, maybe even more years out of high school, to know that our program exists and that it's an opportunity for them to engage in higher education and economic mobility, social mobility.
I see a hands up. Oh, okay.
I just want to echo and repeat a lot of what was already said. That I really support the incredible work that was presented today to us and the changes that are going on and the advancements that's moving us forward. And so I thank all the leadership and the workers. And yesterday in my 6 meetings at the Advocacy Day, the 3 Cats, Tai Gang, and Joanne Romo, they did incredible presentations to the elected officials and their representatives and gave really a great input to make them all very supportive of the work we're doing. And so we left there in a very positive way, thinking we had really made some good, strong arguments as to why we all have to work together to make this successful. But what was been presented today is absolutely incredible. And so I thank all of you for your incredible work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trustee
So
Fuentes, if I may, I'd like to go back to Commissioner Ferguson's question and just say thank
Please.
you for Valladolid. Commissioner Ferguson, we are absolutely engaging in the CalFresh work and asking the very same questions. As you know, there's a long history of legislation being introduced to really think about how CSAC could be helpful in that work. We know that there's 3 bills introduced right now. We are currently working with one of the offices. We just survived a hearing this week where we were asked about this very same topic. And so we see a lot of opportunity. The moment and the urgency is there because the federal government has changed eligibility requirements, added additional barriers, particularly for foster youth, but really for all SNAP and CalFresh applicants. And so we are currently in conversations with Department of Social Services. We were all on the same panel. And so here's what I'll say publicly to all of you. Cal Kids has taught us a lot of lessons. And number 1, we are able to leverage web grants and we are able to leverage our data. We are an epicenter for data. And I know a lot of people say that, right? Everybody has data. But what is different about CSAC is that we are getting to see the entire ecosystem. You're seeing the parents and the students. That's the ability to help our higher education leaders, entire families in this entire state. And so my hope is that as we go through the next 2 months, that people can stay focused on the families and the students. Because for CSAC, we are all in. We see the need. We see those students who are living in cars. We see the students who are hungry. And we know that we can all make a difference. So I see a great collaboration with social services, with the Community Colleges Chancellor's Office, because that's the real reality of who we're talking about. That's where our low-income students go. That's where the majority of students who are looking for access to education, and especially adult learners, are enrolling in. But we're also really excited. We know our CSU partners are leading their own efforts, and we'd like to bring everyone together, right? Because the eligibility requirements are changing, and all of this is going to come to a stop because our counties are very concerned with new responsibilities, with audits, with the pressures that they'll get. So we welcome all ideas, though, if you have some ideas.
I can certainly think through it just very quickly. Appreciate and thank you for that focus, because that's exactly right. There's a lot of change that's occurring in those programs, and our programs at the commission feed directly into those access issues and abilities for students and parents. And I say both because it's that 2-gen strategy, right? It's not just today's student, but it's tomorrow's student. So the more we can do on both fronts, the better off we are as a state long term.
Commissioner Haynes.
Thank you.
Yeah, ditto +5, i.e. Fellow commissioners totally agree with what has been previously stated. But I have a question for Catalina or Dora. Are we staffed up? If I recall from the advocacy work yesterday, it's still an IT specialist position, I think, that we're pursuing. So once we're successful, we're assuming we're going to be successful getting funding for that position, will we be staffed up?
Definitely. We are already going to go to the second interview, so it's very much in progress. We're hoping that by next month, next day of next month, we're going to have already a CISO in place. And yes, we're going to be having all our staff. That, as Catalina stated, helped me tremendously, because now I'm not focusing on day-to-day, workshop items, but actually to the vision. We can actually make it and take it to the next level, having the management in place. So yes, we are going to be, full staff in IT and ready to go. I'm envisioning that by August, as I stated, we're done with stabilizing the system. We have taken care of vulnerabilities. We have taken care of improving our network system, patches. So this is going to be completely done by August. And then on top of that, parallel to that, we're going to the next level. So I'm very, very excited by, backfilling the next position, which is the last one in management.
Thank you.
Commissioner Haynes, if I could just address
oh.
the advocacy component, though, I think that's Catalina where you were going to chime in. The position that we're advocating for is called the data architect. Every agency has one. So very much like last year, if you recall, where we were like, we need a chief security officer. We don't have one, even though it's required, right? Well, now we got it in last year's budget. This one is a data architect. As we're building this plane and flying it, you're gonna be making a trail of things that you're like, wait, we can't unpack that unless we do this. A data architect will map out all of the data metrics, where does the technology live, and more importantly, help you design for the future. So when we do simple things, I don't mean to say simple because it was not simple, but when you integrate CalKids, that's very different. That was putting in a window. Now, when you're talking about data and transferring data, you need a data architect because you need to know, where's your information going? Is it secure? Have we integrated it enough, or are we going to make a really big mess? I'm not an IT expert, but I'm looking at Commissioner Robinson and Dora. When I tell them I want CalFresh either to share the data or to be able to pre-populate an application for someone, because we now have that data. I know they tell me it's back end, it's front end, it's coding, and our GDS system is not built for coding to be interrupted. All those things matter, and that's why that data architect that we're fighting for is so critical, because it's about the foundation for the future.
Thank you so much. And I'll just end my commentary by saying this is not glitzy work, so to speak. It's not like a shiny new building. But I believe it's so important for large, complex organizations like CSAC to have this IT foundation in place. So thank you for the great ongoing work. And Dr. Gonzalez, thank you for your leadership of this work.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Haynes. I don't think anyone else in Sacramento has their hands up, and I don't see any hands up virtually. I just want to say before we close, go to public comment on this item. Dora and the team and Catalina, just thank you. This is the backbone of the work we do at CSAC, and just thank you so much. And I think, Dora, going to what Commissioner Haynes said, you don't always get that credit, right? We get to say, we want to do this and we want to do that. And you are the one that's going to say, okay, how are we going to do this for students? But I think what you showed us today is that you and the team understand just how important your role is for this. And we don't take that for granted, that we can have all these ideas and we could have so many things we want to do. But if we don't have the team that has the heart, that gets the why that you do, which you don't find that too often sometimes in the data team and the IT teams, then it's not going to happen. So it's not just, this isn't just a job you check into, you're mission driven, what we're trying to do for students. So I just want to say thank you, and please thank the team that we know how hard it is, especially when you're navigating the Cal kids. And now we're going to talk about second graders and fifth graders, understanding and knowing what CSAC is. And so I have to say thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and I'll turn it over to Kat so we can do public comment on item number 4.
And thank you for all the commissioners' remarks, and Fedora and Catalina for the amazing presentation. We will now open public comment item number 4. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand features. Start with in-person comment at the 1102 Q Street location. Then move to other locations. As of now, we have 0 public comments in Sacramento. Moving on in alphabetical order to the virtual space. American River College, California State University, Los Angeles, Riverside County Office of Ed, University of San Francisco, and now all virtual attendees. Please unmute yourself. We have 0 public comment. I will now hand it back to Chair Cifuentes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 5. This is an action item, and this is approval of our commission minutes from our January 15th, 2026 meeting. So hopefully, commissioners, you've had a chance to take a look at that meeting minutes, and this is an action item. So I will need, when you're ready, a motion to approve our minutes.
I'm making a motion to approve the January 15, 2026 California Student Commission meeting minutes.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Doppelmore. If I can get a second.
Chair Cifuentes, I have a question in regards to
Sure, please.
I was reading the attendance, and I know it's noted within the under number 5 on the in the minutes that Commissioner Valladolid and Commissioner Robinson, they joined later. Should they not be listed on the front page where those commissioners are listed as present? Also, they're not listed on the front.
I'll let the CSAC team answer that question if it's needed to update.
They should be commissioners, and I think we also found one absent member that needed to be listed under commissioners. So we will need to amend our action. So the staff recommendation is to amend with those changes. I believe we needed to make sure that Commissioner Valladolid is listed under present, that we recognize that Commissioner Gary was absent as well.
Commissioner Robinson should be.
And Commissioner Robinson is also missing from our present. So with that change, the recommendation is to adopt your meeting minutes with that amendment from Commissioner Maxey.
And Chair, if
Thank
I
you.
may, if I could revise the motion to approve the minutes with the recommended and suggested revisions to, I would say what the roll call?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I will
Thank you so
second
much.
that.
Thank
I
you,
will
Commissioner Maxey. Thank you so much, both Commissioner Maxey and Doppelmore. At this time, we'll go ahead and see if we have any questions from any commissioners. Okay, before we do a motion to vote, let's go ahead and do, let's go ahead and see if we have any public comment. Please, Kat.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes, and thank you, Secretary Maxey, for pointing out those revisions. For public comment item number 5, the approval of commission meeting is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at the 1102 Q Street location, then move to other locations, including with virtual comments. We have 0 public comments. The most on alphabetical order to the virtual space. American River College, California State University, Los Angeles, Riverside County of Ed, University of San Francisco, And now all virtual attendees, please unmute yourself. We have 0 virtual attendees on public comment. I will now hand it back to the chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Kat, we'll go ahead and move to roll call, please.
Thank you. Once again, reiterating that we will amend the minutes and make those changes, I will proceed. Trustee Fuentes,
Aye.
Commissioner Cardosa,
Aye.
Commissioner Dopplemore,
Aye.
Commissioner Gary,
Abstain.
Commissioner Haynes,
Aye.
Secretary Maxey,
Aye.
Commissioner Ferguson,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson. Aye. Commissioner Saravia.
Abstain.
Commissioner Valladolid,
Aye.
Commissioner Vang.
Abstain.
Motion has moved forward. I will now hand it back to the chair.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, we'll move on to item number 6. This is an amendment to our 2026 California State Native Commission meeting calendar. This is an action item, so I'll turn it over to Catalina Missler, our Chief Deputy Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair Fuentes. So as you know, the commission approved its 2026 commission meeting calendar at its December 2025 commission meeting. However, the calendar did not include the dates for the annual in-person commission retreat, as that date had not yet been confirmed. A poll was conducted to select the dates, and August 5th and 6th have been set, and the hosting site is Cal State Los Angeles. Thank you to Commissioner Day. The item presents an amendment to the 2026 CSAC meeting calendar to reflect this August 5th and 6th. Also, a virtual learning session will also be added to support the commission in preparation for the retreat, and Kat will be following up on that date. This is an action item. It is recommended that the commission adopt the amended 2026 meeting calendar to reflect that August 5th and 6th, 2026 dates as the commission's retreat dates and the learning session prior to the retreat to take place virtually.
All right, thank you so much, Catalina. Do we have any questions, commissioners, on this item? I appreciate you all. You've been flexible and responding, I know, to make changes to our calendars as needed. So just want to say thank you for that. Okay, no, I don't see any hands up or questions. All right, so this is an action item for us commissioners to approve and amend our calendar. So I will need a motion to approve.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I think it was Commissioner Vang, and then I couldn't hear the second.
Commissioner Ferguson.
Okay, Commissioner Ferguson. Okay, perfect. All right, and we got a second from
It was Vang and Ferguson.
Vang and Ferguson. Thank you so much, Dr. Gonzalez. Okay, all right. At this time, we'll go ahead and turn it over for any public comment on item number 6.
Thank you, Chair Fuentes. For public comment, for agenda item 6, public comment is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand. We will start with the in-person comment at the 1102 Street in-person location. Then move over to other locations and conclude with virtual. We have 0 public comment in Sacramento. Moving on in alphabetical order to the virtual space. American River College, California State University, Los Angeles, Riverside County Office of Ed, University of San Francisco, and all virtual attendees. Please unmute yourself. We have 0 virtual public comments. I will now hand it back to the chair.
All right, thank you so much, Kat. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 7. Commissioners, this is another action item. It's a ratification of emergency contracts and approval for contracts over $250,000. I will turn it over to Catalina Missler, our Chief Deputy Executive Director.
Hi, Chair Fuentes. I'm going to interject as we need to conduct voting for agenda items.
I'm so sorry, we missed the roll call. I apologize. You should have interrupted me earlier. Okay, let's go ahead and go back. I apologize. Let's go back. Let's do the roll call. Thank you.
Thank you. Beginning with Chair Fuentes.
Aye.
Commissioner Cardosa.
Aye.
Commissioner Dopplemore.
Aye.
Commissioner Gary.
Aye.
Commissioner Haynes.
Aye.
Secretary Maxey,
Aye.
Commissioner Ferguson,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson, Commissioner Saravia,
Aye.
Commissioner Valladolid,
Aye.
and Commissioner May.
Aye.
Motion has moved forward. I will now hand it back to the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Kat. Every time we do the public comment long, I gotta watch it. I got papers everywhere here. All right, let's go ahead and now we'll move on to item number 7, ratification of our emergency contracts and approval for contracts over 250,000. And I'll turn it over to Catalina Missler.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. That's why you're known as the all gas, no brakes lady. So this item is ratification of the emergency. We have a contract that is over $250,000. So the information, so I just wanted to share with you the attachment that you have. We've updated that, and thank you to Vice Chair Day and Chair Cifuentes for giving us feedback on the information we provide on these contracts. So we want to be able to share information before you making this decision on ratifying these contracts. So we provided that, more background on it, so that was part of the attachment of the item. But I just want to go back just in terms of how CSAC processes these contracts. So information technology contracts are established under the California Department of General Services IT Consulting Services Master Services Agreement. And the commission's required to follow the request for offer, which is the RFO process, to solicit offers from eligible contractors under this MSA. So prior to using the Master Services Agreement, state agencies are reminded to have obtained all required approvals and followed all applicable state statutes, regulations, policies, and procedures. So the commission follows the protocols established by the Department of General Services in the solicitation process for IT consulting contractors. So now pursuant to California Education Code 69513.1, the commission may delegate the executive director the authority to enter into and sign contracts with a third party or product vendor on the commission's behalf. Under the current governance and policies procedures, the commission authorizes the executive director to enter into contracts in an amount not to exceed $250,000. In the event proposed contracts exceed $250,000, the executive director is required to seek approval from the commission. The governance policies and procedures also authorizes the executive director to approve a contract over $250,000, and in the event of emergency, prior to an opportunity for the commission to approve the contract, with simultaneous notification to the chair. And these emergency contracts will be presented to the commission for ratification at the next regularly scheduled commission meeting. And if it's not ratified, then the contract will be canceled. So before you today, you have an IT contract over $250,000 with Cloverleaf Solutions Incorporated. The term is a 2-year term, which would begin after your approval. And if that's today, it would begin today through March 6th of 2028. The purpose of this contract is for ongoing operational support for the Angular User Interface Developer Consultant to sustain CSAC's application services. The contract will support front and back-end development, system maintenance, and ongoing operational support of CSAC applications. The contractor will support the work needed to ensure continued system reliability, scalability, and timely delivery of application enhancements to all CSAC's financial aid programs. This contractor will perform the ongoing work of the Angular User Interface Developer Consultant. So with that, I need for the record, we do our best. We want to be judicial in this process, and we also want to have the flexibility should we have to amend the contract. So an amendment to this for the record is on the proposed new contract under the amount. We want to update that to say up to $845,000. So with that, we recommend that the commission ratify contract number S25128 with Cloverleaf Solutions Incorporated to support the IT consulting services for operational support for CSAC's grant delivery system database applications. Any questions?
Do you have any questions from commissioners? Go ahead, Commissioner Ferguson.
Yeah, just one question, and it doesn't have to be today. If at a future meeting you can come back and let me know, or let us know as a group, if this up to $845,000 contract is consistent with what we anticipated plus say, cost of living adjustments, when the maintenance and operations of GDSM were funded, many years back, and trying to get a sense of, are we seeing cost escalations that are exceeding the projections or not, so that we can figure out what we need to do as an organization to support these efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner Ferguson.
Any other questions from commissioners?
We have Commissioner Haynes and Dopplemore in the room.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, just quick question. Have we used Cloverleaf before?
Yes, we have.
Okay. So is this building on to that contract, or this is a separate contract, correct?
This is a new contract. Yes, we went through the process with a request for proposal and accepted the bids and reviewed and went through the solicitation process to identify a vendor.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Dopplemore?
Yes, thank you, Director. Ms. Catalina Missler, so just point of clarification, the amendments or the revisions for the up to the 845,000, is that, just to clarify, are you asking for that adjustment just in case if there's, to allow for any additional wiggle room, if there's any other foreseen additional expenses or changes or modifications that are really unforeseen at this point?
That's correct, Commissioner.
So you're allowing us more flexibility to operate?
That's correct,
as
Commissioner
those things
Dopplemore.
arise? Okay,
Yes,
thank you so very much
that's
for that
correct.
clarification.
To be more flexible, should we have to amend? Yes.
To be more flexible, thank you for that. That's all I have, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other more questions from our commissioners? Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and move to public comment on this item. So Kat, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all commissioners for your responses. Public comment for item number 7 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at the 1102 5th Street location. Then move to other locations and conclude with virtual comment. At this time, we have 0 public comment requests, Sacramento location. We will now move to the virtual space in alphabetical order. Starting with American River College, California State University, Los Angeles, Riverside County Office of Ed, University of San Francisco, and now all virtual attendees. Please unmute. We have 0 submissions in the virtual space. I will now pass it back to the judge.
All right, thank you so much, Kat, and we'll go ahead and move to our vote, please.
Do we have a motion?
So
Oh,
moved.
sorry. Thank you. And can I get a second, please?
A second.
Thank you so much. Commissioner, I heard our two commissioners. I know, guys, I'm sorry. It's hard to see you from here, but I'm sure you noted we're in Sacramento. We had a first from Commissioner
Haynes?
Haynes, and then a second from Commissioner Dopplemore.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, we'll go ahead and move to roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Beginning with Chair Cifuentes.
Aye.
Commissioner Cardoza.
Aye.
Commissioner Dopplemore.
Aye.
Commissioner Gary.
Aye.
Commissioner Haynes.
Aye.
Secretary Maxey.
Aye.
Commissioner Ferguson.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson. Aye. Commissioner Sarabia.
Aye.
Commissioner Valladolid.
Aye.
And Commissioner Bain.
Aye.
Motion has passed. I will now turn it back to the chair.
All right, thank you so much, commissioners. At this time, it is 10:44. I think if we continue as we're going, we'll be able to probably end our meeting maybe by 12:30 and we don't have to take a longer break. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's take about a 15-minute break and grab a snack.
Yeah, I was trying to find the article, but I was.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you grabbed a snack, and we're just excited to continue with our next item. We're moving on to item number 8. This is our CSAC Student Success Blueprint, our 2025 Impact Report. Definitely excited for this item. I know we when you look at little by little, we've been adjusting our agendas to kind of definitely make sure everything we do and everything the team is focused on aligns with our blueprint. So I'm just excited to hear from the team. So Dr. Gonzalez, and then I know Dr. Jessica Moldoff, our Data Analysis and Research Deputy Director, as well as Tay King, our Deputy Director for Program Administration and Services, will be presenting with Dr. Gonzalez. So with that, I'll turn it over to the team.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. I came to our 3rd floor, our new space, so that I can see everyone. And then I asked our chief deputy to be downstairs, because this is going to be an item where you want to settle in. It's our very first time actually walking through our blueprint, really thinking about our progress. And as I mentioned earlier, are we actually headed in the right direction, right? And how long will it take us to get there? Why do I say that? Because at some point, we have to ask the question, are our goals set the right way? Did the outcomes that we envision, are those the right outcomes, particularly when we think about equity work? And then more importantly, did we miss something? Or did something in our landscape shift that is now calling us to come back into this vision? So I want to start off by saying I'm just incredibly proud of the team. It's an honor to present with Dr. Moldoff, with our Deputy Director, Tay King. And your impact report is your first report for a 5-year strategic plan. It has been nearly a year. In fact, when you adopted the blueprint, you adopted it as a living document, and you made an action. When you took that action, you said, we want to see a plan. And that plan was brought back to the commissioners on March 6th of 2025. So here we are on March 5th of 2026, and we are here to give you an update. I'm really proud of the work that was done by the entire team. So when you see our progress over the next few slides, it took every single CSAC staff member and all of our partners, but you have given us a very clear vision. And so we know what we are doing. I want to be very clear as well about what this item actually represents. This item is actually not just a summary of what was completed. This is a call to action. It's our call to action to double down on our goals: equity and access, equity and support, and equity and success. Why is it a call to action? Because if we are actually successful, we will make college affordable for many more Californians. In fact, by advancing our equity goals, we will open doors for students and contribute to transforming outcomes for Californians. I mentioned earlier that financial aid, college affordability, is that early metric for the state of California. This is how we know where enrollment, persistence, and success will be for higher education. But it's also very important that we know that when we give access to education, whether it's community colleges, UC, CSU, or AICCU institutions, we know that we're making a difference in real time, and it's leading to real workforce outcomes, particularly for our low-income, foster youth, adult learners, student parents, justice impacted students, and our immigrant students. But there's a second purpose for this item as well. We always bring an update item to our board before we publish a report. So one thing you should know is there will be a published report. We hope to complete that work in March. Why March? Because we want to use our progress and what the data is showing us for our advocacy. So publishing a report will help us do that work in April and in May. And so we want to walk you through what our metrics and our outcomes are to date, 1 year of implementation, because this is a fundamental task that we are all orienting ourselves to. It's a new strategic plan. That's always step 1. Step 2 is, are we keeping pace, and how are we doing with our goals? As we make that mind shift, we also want to acknowledge that we had feedback from Commissioner Rodriguez, Commissioner Maxey, Vice Chair Day, and Chair Cifuentes as we were preparing for this presentation. And so we want to thank them for their early feedback. They should see many of the changes that were made as a result of their feedback. And then collectively, we want to thank you for giving us a very clear vision. We want to thank you for thinking and imagining with us what college affordability could look like by the year 2030. And so we have 4 more years. So let's dive in. On slide 2, which is the one that you're currently looking at, if we could go back one more, please. Slide 2 is showing you your goals. You made 3 very clear goals, and you collectively said, we need you to address statewide workforce needs and address economic mobility at scale for students and for tomorrow's learners. This was your vision. But the reality is that the strategic plan is meant to really drive one very clear mission statement, which we still affirmed as a part of this blueprint. Our mission is to make college affordable to many more Californians. In fact, it says for all Californians, as Commissioner Maxey reminded us. Each of our goals was then organized into having clear outcomes. What do we need to shift the needle on by the year 2030? And you were very specific. And then we gave you a glimpse into what it would take to get there. Those are the things that we call our strategic direction, so that you could get an idea of what structural changes needed to happen. It is true, I never leave the house without my blueprint. I was showing Commissioner Maxey, I write all over it. I get to see and I design, okay, did we meet that goal? Is this an ongoing goal? But when you look at your 3 goals that are in front of you, they are overarching goals for the state of California. And then there's the reality in which we live in. Who has access? Where do they have access? And what needs to exist for them to be successful? I share that because every year we see 2.2 million Californians apply for financial aid. And your impact is based on the aid that is allowed to be distributed. And that is a very unique context. But without further ado, I want to go to the next slide, because this is your impact in 1 year, meaning in 2025, here are the metrics and the actual outcomes that have been achieved by the California Student Aid Commission. First, we want to acknowledge that 8% increase for high school application completion. And more importantly, the fact that we didn't stop there. Overall, for the class of, for the cycle that we were looking at, which is 25-26, we achieved an 11% increase by the September 2nd deadline. So imagine after better FAFSA, after a global pandemic, coming back to an 11% increase in 1 year was not a small task. Even more importantly, you set a goal to look at how many low-income Californians were receiving Cal Grant. In 2025, you successfully provided Cal Grant to 64% of low-income applicants. And we're going to walk through why that is and whether this was an actual increase or not. Then you also help connect Cal Grant students with their Cal Grant in the case of adult learners, meaning that you awarded a new or a renewal Cal Grant to 200,061 adult learners. These are students very much enrolled at California community colleges, and yet there's opportunity for more growth, as you know. Then you empowered our technology, our data, to connect students with their Cal Kids accounts. And in 3 months of doing this work, you helped connect 91,001 Cal Kids accounts were claimed. I mean, students and families are going through the CSAC portal, they're understanding and completing their CADA FAFSA, and at the same time, you're informing them about Cal Kids accounts. Dr. Moldoff will share a little bit more about what that means for CSAC. And lastly, you paid $3.6 billion across all financial aid programs in 24-25. This is what your impact looks like in action. And now we want to walk you through this impact so that we know how much more we can and should be doing. Next slide, please. I know it was really important as we were walking our commissioners who gave us feedback. We went through our legislative committee, through our data chair, and very importantly, our Student Impact and Outreach Committee Chair, Commissioner Rodriguez. And one of the primary feedbacks that they gave us is that we needed to walk through the ecosystem. Before we dive into your metrics and the outcomes, we need to put this work into context. So here is a set of handouts that we typically use for students and families. Students and families want to know, what is the aid that is available in California? In this slide, though, it has a very specific purpose for you. As we develop a strategic plan, you wrestled with how to develop a vision that was meant to serve a diverse set of students, a diverse set of programs, a diverse set of segments, and yet you understood just one clear vision: to promote educational equity by making post-secondary education affordable for all Californians. I started at this graphic because it helps us understand the full ecosystem of where we and you as commissioners might fit in, but also in making very sure that with today's presentation, we lean on our financial aid administrators, right? They are the ones administering the aid. They know and help CSAC administer those resources. But today is about helping you understand your role as financial aid advocates. So as we dive in, we're not seeking to be financial aid administrators. We have those talented individuals. We are financial aid advocates. Next slide, please. Within that ecosystem, there's tremendous complexity. And complexity is not necessarily a bad thing. Yes, there are barriers and challenges, but I also particularly look at it as an opportunity to understand your equity goals, and more importantly, to achieve them. We have fundamentally acknowledged the complexity of our programs, meaning the current state in which our structures and our programs operate in. So to understand the full spectrum of opportunity, we lean on knowledge of the program, and we also understand and see a better future for how we could maximize them. And we listed 7 of them, but I want to walk you through them. Within Cal Grant, it's the reason why all of you were fighting and continue to fight for Cal Grant reform. You understood that there is a deadline for entitlement programs, right? That's our March 2nd deadline. We want to get students in. They've got to apply so that they can be competitive and be considered. On the other end, there are competitive grants. Those competitive grants have very clear limits, the number of applicants that you can give. So I want you to hold on to that. There are entitlement programs. That means if you're eligible and you are enrolled, you are entitled to that grant. And then there are competitive grants as well. Within those programs, and even within Cal Grant, particularly Cal Grant Transfer Entitlement, there are limitations like age and time since high school caps. For example, the Cal Grant Transfer Entitlement is capped at the age of 28, and that is a limitation. At the same time, you also know that there are limitations based on where our students are enrolled, public versus private nonprofit versus out-of-state eligibility laws and requirements for the programs that we operate. And then there's an added layer of cap funding, very notably programs like the Golden State Teacher Grant Program, which has seen a lot of changes, going from a program that was a $500 million investment to this year only $50 million. That is a cap program. Cal Grant C is also a cap program. We are only allowed to award Cal Grant C to 7,761 Californians. And then you have programs that are last dollar in programs. I wish our Vice Chair Dave was here. I know this is one of his programs that he always mentions, but the Middle Class Scholarship, which really impacts the way that we administer that program. It has to operate as a last dollar in program. The percentages shift over time, depending on the state resources. And then overarching, lifetime federal eligibility laws, the maximum number of years that a student can receive an award. What you should be seeing on this page, I'm one of those people that's always optimistic, is opportunity to innovate. But on the other side of that coin is also real barriers for students today. So I want you to hold on to both of those things. We acknowledge both the resilience that our students have today to survive many of these barriers, while also holding on to seeing this page as opportunity. Where can we start? Is it Cal Grant C? Is it really thinking about age? Should it be age 30? And with that, I want to go to the next slide. So despite this complexity, the CSAC team rolled up their sleeves. And in year 1, again, coming back to your blueprint, we were able to get started on 16 strategic directions. And as you heard from your first presentation with our Chief Deputy Catalina Missler and Dora Acker, they're not new, meaning when we say a student-centered IPA, expedited renewal, Cal Kids, securing data related to SB 70, that was all in your blueprint. In fact, I can tell you what page they are in. But what you're seeing on this slide is the team started 16 strategic directions. These were things that we knew were barriers and they needed to be a part of our foundation. 3 of those things are still in progress, but what we are noticing with your vision and the strategic directions is some of those things are ongoing. For example, We can't just provide resources in a family's preferred language once. That has to be done ongoing. So when we see that category in orange, the 3 things, those are the 3 things we started that we keep saying, nope, that has to be done every single year. So 16 ambitious strategic directions started, and yet we have many, many more to go. We have 20 that we haven't started. And so the next 4 years will be critical. Now I want to dive in and I want to hand it over to Dr. Moldoff, who has been innovating and really thinking about our metrics. What does it look like to measure ourselves today and tomorrow? And she's going to walk you very importantly through our 2025 college affordability indicators. Dr. Moldoff?
All right, thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Next slide, please. Good morning, commissioners. As mentioned earlier, when you all adopted the blueprint, you also adopted 5 student-centered financial aid commitments that are found on page 10. Oh, it's not here. Page 10 of your blueprint. In commitments 2 and 3, you asked us to foster the use of actionable data, inquiry, and evidence, and to take ownership of our goals and performance. To do this, we needed to change the way we looked at our data in order to measure our impact better. On this slide, you can see we're drawing the difference between the old way and the new way. In the old way, we measured the number of applications we received, the award offers we made, the dollars we dispersed, but it really limited us to just being defined by our administrative role here at CSAC. In our new way, we want to analyze our progress year over year and use student demographics to call out equity and thereby align with our 2030 benchmark goals. We are making this mindset shift because it matters. By disaggregating and creating actionable data, we can identify the gaps that will lead us to questions that need to be answered and addressed through policy and program innovations. We can further identify what return on investment there is for financial aid, where we can create greater program efficiency and hopefully expand our programs into the future. Our focus thus goes from an administrative role to, as Dr. Gonzalez mentioned, an advocate role to really focus on the question of, is financial aid creating equitable outcomes for California students? Next slide, please. But this shift does not mean that we are leaving our old metrics behind. We will provide our baseline metrics in the published impact report that Dr. Gonzalez mentioned earlier. These metrics are application participation by segment, award offer rates by segment, and also applicants and recipients by demographic. And we look forward to sharing that report with you and all of our stakeholders soon. But today, we are focusing on our new metrics that reflect our actionable data mindset shift. Next slide, please. So to understand our new metrics, we need to understand the difference between leading and lagging indicators and how understanding that difference makes data actionable. For those of you who may be unfamiliar, I'll use an example, a real-world example, to explain the difference. For example, when you're wanting to lose weight, one metric you can track is weighing yourself, but this is a lagging indicator. It looks in the rear view. You can't really do anything about it because everything that's led to it is in the past. Your leading indicators, on the other hand, would be things like measuring your calories in and out, how much exercise you do, etc., which is measurements you do in real time that allow for real-time adjustments. In the context of your blueprint, equitable success is the lagging indicator by definition. When we make adjustments, however, in equitable access and equitable support, the leading indicators, we should see improvements in success by consequence. We cannot have equitable success without first having equitable access and equitable support for our students. In our old way of measuring our data, we have been focused on lagging indicators such as applications received, awards made, students paid. And these metrics are important, but they are, again, looking in the rearview mirror. We can't really do anything about them once they are already set. So you're going to see that we're really focusing now on measuring leading indicators because that is where data is actionable and at least somewhat in our control. And by measuring these indicators, it allows us to target our outreach, tune our processes, and advocate for policy change midstream to actually make changes within award years rather than having to keep looking in that rear view. So today we're going to be presenting on one lagging indicator, because again, they're still important, namely the paid rates across all programs by segments. but also for leading indicators, high school applicants, to the extent that Cal Grant, that low-income students are eligible for Cal Grant, also to the extent to which adult learners are eligible for Cal Grant, and finally, claim Cal Kids accounts by age, showing the impact of our new partnership. So with that, I will turn it back to Dr. Gonzalez to walk through our equitable access metrics.
Thank you, Dr. Moldoff. And commissioners, I forgot to mention, for questions, if it's clarification questions, please feel free to interrupt. For anything like more of a dialogue discussion, we'd like to save those after we walk you through each of the slides. So for example, what we're about to do next is I will walk you through equity and access, and then I will hand it over to Dr. Moldoff, who will walk you through equity in support. And then our Deputy Director Taken will walk you through equity in success. And so we will pause after each of those data sets. How does that sound? Okay, I hope you're relaxed, because this is where we have to dive in now, and we have to really ask ourselves, how much more, and are we headed in the right direction? But we want to walk you through first, number one, what you actually said we were going to do. And so equity and access is actually in your blueprint on pages 12 and 13. And your overarching goal was to lead collective efforts to increase statewide awareness and participation in California's financial aid programs. How do we operationalize that? You then set 4 outcomes. You said we need to increase the number of students that we are reaching at high school. So these are your first-time applicants. We need many more low-income students applying and getting a Cal Grant. And you also set a goal that you wanted to support our segments to help adult learners access financial aid. That's what you're seeing on this slide. You're seeing outcomes for 1A, 1B, and 1D, because these are the outcomes that you set as a goal for us. In year 1, we are reporting on these 3 very specifically. And so on the right side, you should be seeing how we are measuring that in this year. We are comparing high school senior applications from 2024-25 cycle to 25-26 cycle. And very specifically, you set your outcome to be connected to race to submit. And so the cutoff is actually June 30th. Anything to September 2nd is the cherry on top, but your data set, your metric is set to June 30th. Then we look at the percentage of low-income applicants that were offered a Cal Grant in 25-26 as a comparison point. We also offer you the prior year so that you can understand what the trend is looking like, as well as adult learners. We're focused in on 25-26, but we also offer you what those trends have looked like in prior years. We walk through this because equitable access is very clearly an important role for CSAC, but also something that we have continuously, number one, done to maximize access, but that we continue to innovate every year. So your equity and access goal and this diversity of outcomes that you've laid out, they are very clearly set out so that we can help serve many more students, not just apply for financial aid, but actually receive the resources that they should be receiving to be successful. And now, drum roll. I'm going to ask the team to go to the next slide. And I'm going to focus us on outcome 1A. The headline here is this: 73% of the high school senior class for the application cycle 25-26 completed a CADA or a FAFSA. This is tremendous work in 1 year. In fact, your goal was to reach 5%. So at the top, you see your outcome. You said we want to increase high school students completing a CADA or a FAFSA by 5%. Now, who are these students? It's important to know that the class of 2025, there were a total of 467,388 high school seniors. And so you helped 73% of them complete a CADA or a FAFSA. Another important thing about this class, though, is that 53.9% graduated A through G ready, which means that they were already on track. They want to access to higher education. And 1/3 of the class of 2025 had already participated in dual enrollment courses. 1/3 in the class of 2025. So in total, when you're looking at who we reached in that class, 310,906 high school seniors completed their FAFSA CADA. So this is who we are talking about. This is the impact on California. And now let me show you what that actually meant for your outcome and the goals that you've set. Next slide. Click one more time. Thank you. One more. You've seen this data before, but now these are your official numbers that we will recognize. The graph in front of you is showing you that high school seniors completed a FAFSA or CADA by June 30th. And if we click, I think one more time, you should be seeing the graph. No, sorry, go back one. There you go. You should be seeing that 66% of the high school seniors completed their FAFSA CADA by June 30th. That's an increase of 8%. So your goal was 5%. You reached 8% by that June 30th deadline. And we didn't stop there. All of the hard work from our high school counselors to our administrators to our financial aid leaders at our institutions helped us to ensure that 73% of the high school senior class had completed their FAFSA CADA and hopefully could ultimately enroll. So overall, congratulations, it was an 11% increase. Again, you set a 5% goal, you reached 11%. Now, that was for just your first outcome. That was to open the door for high school students. You also then set an outcome goal to help many more low-income Californians receive Cal Grant. And I want to share what that looks like. First, the main headline is this: 64% of low-income applicants were awarded a Cal Grant. And yet one of the biggest barriers is GPA. And you're going to see that in the data, but I want to walk you through who these students are first. Your outcome 1B was very clear. You said we want to maximize state resources and eliminate eligible barriers to reach California's increasing low-income populations. Therefore, we're measuring what percentage of low-income applicants actually successfully received the Cal Grant. These are your FAFSA CADA applicants. And these are, more importantly, a family of 4 is approximately $27,750. That is their income for a low-income family, and it's compared to a Pell, federal law, income and poverty levels. And what I want to make sure that you know about this last class, right? So the data set that we're using, a lot of these are your foster youth students, your student parents. These are the individuals that you have also set goals for that we want to better reach. But the main headline is 64% of low-income applicants were successfully awarded a Cal Grant. And yet GPA continues to be a barrier. I want to walk you through that data very clearly. If you could go just one more slide, because this is what the pie charts are now showing you. We're comparing both 2025-26 and 2024-25 years. Why? Because we are seeing that without Cal Grant reform, not many things are shifting. And so on the left side, you're looking at 25-26, which is where I will focus, because the right side is really more showing you a historical glimpse of where we were the prior year. 64% of applicants were successfully awarded, and that's very notable. But the other thing that you should be seeing on this slide is that 151,608, which represents 26% of those students that were not awarded a Cal Grant because they didn't have a GPA or because the GPA was too low. So this is what we mean by GPA continues to be a barrier. So for 26% of them, this is the 151,608 students, there was no GPA or the GPA was too low. And even more notable, notable to us, because these are all real students that could be enrolling, you see the 8%. There's 8%, which represents 45,476 who were eligible, but were still not awarded. And why is that? That 8% is because these are the students that are in the competitive Cal Grant, which means that it is capped in statute. In fact, for the competitive grant, meaning those that miss the deadline, there are only 13,000 awards that can be given. And so the students in that 8% that you're seeing, this is the group of students that are not eligible for Cal Grant entitlement due to age or time since high school and deadlines. That's 13,000 awards every year. And so you're seeing that an additional 45,476 were still eager and wanting access to Cal Grant. And then you have your 2% of students who are financially ineligible. Those are students who did not meet the income or asset ceilings for Cal Grant, but we also include them in this chart because it's a notable subject to also discuss. Notable because we know that federal laws are changing, state laws are changing, and we also know that there are regional differences in cost of living. So Commissioner, what this data is showing us is the potential to reach many more students with Cal Grant, particularly with Cal Grant reform, when we remove GPA, age, time since high school. But in many ways, you already knew this. What we want to highlight here is that GPA is one of the biggest barriers. And so as we look at our goals and we ask these questions, are we doing enough? Are we headed in the right direction? This is kind of like that red flag for us.
Dr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Haynes, question, please jog my memory. What is the GPA requirement?
Hey, and Jessica, chime in, please.
The GPA requirement, there is several, but generally speaking, for Cal Grant B, it's 2.0, and for Cal Grant A, it's 3.0. And within the Cal Grant A and B, we have the different merit GPA components, but there's also different income asset ceilings within Cal Grant A and Cal Grant B.
Okay, thank you. And just so I'm clear, what I'm also hearing Dr. Gonzalez convey is, in some cases, no GPA was reported.
That's correct. So what ends up happening is that, especially for those students who are not recent high school graduates, we do not receive a GPA from them. Either it's been too long and they're not able to get it from their high school, or perhaps they haven't attended. Like, we do accept a lot of community college GPAs, but it's just that we don't have a record of that. And it's really up to the student at that point to submit a GPA form to us, and we do outreach to students. But in the end, there's just a large number of students who aren't able to do that step of the application process for Cal Grant.
Okay, and Dr. Moldoff, one more question, if I may. Of that 26%, how many of those students had no GPA? Is there a way, can you disaggregate that number?
Yes, we can follow up.
For a future conversation, yes. But I'm just curious.
We'll follow up with that. I don't have it on hand right now, but we can follow up.
Commissioner Haynes, thank you for the questions. I think what's really important with that 26%, because that's where I want us to really be laser focused on, is why we made it the heading, right? The headline and the call to action is that GPA continues to be a barrier. In your blueprint, you actually, as commissioners, called out, is there an alternative way for us to establish GPA if we cannot get Cal Grant reform? In the meantime, is there a different way for us to think about this? Meaning, does it have to be the prior 2 years? Could we think about, for example, we have credit for prior learning that many of our community colleges and other institutions are leading in. Is there a different way to show and meet that requirement in the law? We would have to envision that, right? We would have to create that. But this is a very key barrier. It's not just like a data challenge. For us, it really has to be a structural solution, right?
Yes. Thank you.
Commissioner Gary, a clarification question that you have for me?
Yes. I wanted to ask just really quickly, in that 26%, did we break out how many of those students did not meet the GPA requirement for Cal Grant A versus Cal Grant B, since they have two different GPA levels?
We did, and today we're showing you all of them because it's connected to your outcome 1B, which is meant to show you all of them. And in future meetings, particularly as we think about our committee work, this is one of those goals that we have to come back and really think of more strategically. I see a lot of the disaggregation happening in our committee work, particularly because we need to really get at the equity, right?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anyone else on the clarification question?
Yeah, Dr. Gonzalez, since we are in the GPA topic, I want to ask right now. So is there any study happen? I know, the goal is, yes, we want eliminate or something with the GPA, but we really want the student to be successful at the college. So is there any study happen with the students, there are alternate way, instead of GPA, there is other options, but still we can make the student, when they go to the college, they are successful.
Yeah, there's a lot of innovation happening in our institutions and other states, at least the financial aid directors from other states are also thinking about this topic. I know our colleagues at College Futures are currently studying what it would look like. It's almost like the integration and marriage between credit for prior learning and GPA. It's actually called out in our blueprint at the very back. It says, what is one thing that researchers can help us with? And one of the things that we highlighted is researchers, we need help thinking about, are there alternative ways for us to do this, particularly for adult learners, which is actually the next slide. I want to show you the next slide because this question of GPA, that is one of the biggest barriers for adult learners, which is why you all set a very clear outcome related to adult learners. So we are looking at the intersection between low income and being an adult learner with this next outcome that you laid out. Outcome 1D, if I may, you set a very clear outcome. You said we want to support segment partners to educate California students and future learners by collaborating to increase the share of adult learners receiving financial aid. Well, what does that mean? It means that we need to support them. We want to understand their data and actually build the financial aid investments of the future, not just make tweaks and changes to the ones that we already have, but better support our segments. Before we dive into what that data looks like, though, I want to tell you about these learners. For those of you who are already with us and you were able to join us at Southwestern College for our deep dive, you know very importantly that these are students who enter or re-enter higher education. These are students over the age of 25 or older. Very notably, 54% of them enroll at a California community college. That's because these are open access institutions. They are there to help the state of California and Californians access higher education. Adult learners apply both through FAFSA and CADA. And 35% of undergraduate Cal Grant applicants were over the age of 25. So again, this is that intersection between low income and adult learners. 35% received a Cal Grant. And then even more importantly, you know that there are 6.8 million adult learners between the ages of 25 and 54 in California who have a high school degree but no college degree. So lately, I know, particularly for our community college colleagues and really all of our segments, but community colleges have been doing a lot of innovation as we think about better serving adult learners, everything from course, how we provide the education, whether it's online or in person, establishing credit for prior learning to be able to help students be able to persist and succeed ultimately, to even thinking about the length of a term. But I want to show you what those innovations and the barriers that adult learners look like because we see it very clearly in the data, and it relates to the question that Commissioner Robinson just asked us about. For adult learners, the last thing I'll mention is adult learners are more likely to be female. They are enrolled part-time at a public institution. So all the data that we are seeing, particularly because it's Women's History Month, it's very important that we acknowledge that. This is yet another layer of that intersectionality. These are students who have families. And so what you're going to see in the next slide before we head there is it's called the waterfall graph. And I want to walk you through it very carefully, because it really is pointing to the barriers for adult learners and where they exist in financial aid. So what we did and what we took was your data from 24-25, so the full cycle, and we're looking at adult learners, where are the entry points and the exit points for these adult learners within financial aid. The main headline is that 17% of eligible adult learners never received a Cal Grant. So on this graph, we start off with students who are 25 and over who completed a CADA FAFSA. That's 978,052 of them. I'm like Catalina zooming in. And then you have those adult learners go into three buckets. They're either new applicants, they are renewing, or they have an incomplete Cal Grant application. So these are kind of the cutoff points. Now that 17% are those students that you see, that very first arrow at the top, it says not awarded. There were 25,002 who were not awarded, but when you follow the line in this waterfall graph, you see that they were actually eligible. So they were eligible and something happened to those 25,002. That's where 17% comes from. So the data that you're seeing in year one is if we're going to help our segments be able to better serve adult learners, we need to look more closely at three things. First, at the bottom, that arrow that you see for incomplete Cal Grant applications, those are students who did not have a complete application and largely because of deadlines. Why does that matter? Well, a new applicant needs to meet deadlines. It's either March 2nd or September 2nd, depending on the segment. And so they miss the deadline. Why should that alert us and be a red flag? Because adult learners have to receive their education in continuous ways, meaning they may enroll in the winter, but not the fall, maybe not the spring, right? They're coming in and out of their education, which means application deadlines are a barrier. In fact, it was a barrier for 383,488 students last year. For that second arrow in the middle that you see that the second barrier was GPA or income level. So even though they applied, they were new, they were not eligible, and there were 369,501 that were not eligible. And it brings us back to that GPA question. These were new applicants that needed to meet program requirements, including income ceilings and GPA thresholds. And then finally, that top arrow that I started us off with, that's the 17%. These are the new applicants that were not eligible for one of our entitlement programs. Then they got put into the competitive pool. But if you remember, the competitive pool, you can only give 13,000 paid awards every year. And then even then, for adult learners, Cal Grant C, it gets even dwindled down to only 7,661 paid awards. That means if the funds were there, whether if more access to, for example, competitive grants were there, we could have served these 25,002 adult learners. So that's where that 17% comes from. You may be wondering, so is this 17% meaningful to us? What is it actually showing us? Well, if we click one more time, we're showing you what that looks like in a historical trend. And major shifts have been happening in financial aid programs for adult learners, both on the CSAC side and in our segment side. And I believe many more shifts are coming our way. But I want to point out the historical trend. The historical trend is this. We've had eligible adult learners in the past who never received a Cal Grant. In fact, in 23-24, it was 19%. In 24-25, it was 18%. You're seeing it decrease every year. A lot of those students are actually going and being served by the community colleges, and they have their own financial aid that they're accessing. But here at CSAC, you see very notably how Cal Grant C is capped at that 7,761 awards. And then in 23-24, you also lost the LATE program, which is the Learning Aligned Education Program. That would have been a part of your calculation if we had that program. We can't do that because the program doesn't exist. But what you're seeing in this slide and what the call to action should be when we think about adult learners is mindfully thinking about deadlines, mindfully thinking about GPA and also income levels, because in this case, we're only talking about Cal Grant students. And then really thinking about the untapped potential for students who are actually eligible, who are enrolled, and who exist that we have not been able to serve. Now, one thing about the 17% that I want to note is they could also be receiving other forms of aid at institutions. And I think that's very important for us. In our data sets, they're showing up as 25,002 that were eligible that we could not award a Cal Grant. And as you know, a Cal Grant is multiple years, but more importantly, it unlocks a lot of access for our students. I'm going to pause here and take on clarification questions, because the next slide, if we went to it, is really more around, okay, so then what can we do and what did we say we were going to do in our blueprint? But let me pause and go back to the last slide, please, and see if there are any clarification questions.
Do we have any questions from our commissioners? Okay, Dr. Gonzalez, we'll keep going.
Sure. If we go to the next slide, I want to tell you about what we said we were going to do, and more importantly, the clarity that you've given us. On pages 14 and 15 of your blueprint, you were very clear. There are resources, policies, and partnerships that we need to deploy to make a difference in future years. The first one is, of course, Cal Grant Equity Framework. And our data, what it's showing us is an early alarm, particularly for adult learners, particularly for those students that want to transfer to a UC and CSU. Transfer entitlement is a critical tool for students as they access baccalaureate degrees, four-year institutions. And a cutoff of age 28 is a barrier. And we see that in two of those slides, right? We see that in the low-income learners, but we also see it in our adult learners. And so when we think about Cal Grant Equity Framework, actually funding that, making sure that we're thinking about age as one of those barriers very intentionally. This year, as you heard during our advocacy, should it be 30? Should it be 32? I think our data is showing us 30 would make a really big difference. The majority of students that are transferring from a community college to a UC CSU are actually 29 and 30. So even making that small shift by 2 years could help us serve many more Californians. In terms of policies, you laid out a very clear vision. You want to modernize Cal Grant C. You want to integrate Workforce Pell. I want to talk about Cal Grant C very specifically because it's a very useful program for adult learners. But as you heard me say, 7,661 grants is not enough. We see that in our data. But also, there's been a lot of changes in the institutions that are serving our students. So the length of a program is getting shorter. There's a lot of innovation when we think about the workforce sectors that are important for our state. And so you have a beautiful program that now needs to be modernized and really be aligned with our workforce goals in our state. That is one of our advocacy priorities as the commissioners who are in Sacramento were advocating yesterday for. And then lastly, you also are very clear. You want to be able to make the connections, particularly when we think about access to our CalSOAPs, our RCOs, and really think about maximizing their capacity. That was the other outcome goal that we didn't present on today. That data is coming to us next year because our CalSOAPs and RCOs are currently in a process of completing a legislative report. So we know exactly what's their capacity and what are the regions and the districts that we have yet to serve. And then, of course, you all know that the commission had a key priority, and it's in your blueprint, to be able to better serve community college students, to help them get the information for financial aid applications. You introduced a bill last year. That continues to be a part of the work that we need to do as we think about partnerships. On the right side, we wanted to highlight the data that is coming, meaning if we know where we're headed, what is the information that's going to make a difference in the future? I mentioned that CalSOAP and RCO data that will be very important for us in the next few months, but also for next year's reporting to you. You also have your SB 70 dashboard coming very soon. Dr. Moldoff and the team were very successful in getting trailable language so that we could have complete data and information from our partners, from our segments, from our institutions. And so we've been working with Cradle to Career. We're working to get the enrollment persistence and graduation rate data. The goal is to be able to update our dashboard. And so that will be one of your items in one of the committees for May, actually. We want to show you what that dashboard is starting to look like. And that will be a really critical tool when we think about our access goals. And then lastly, of course, the state is set to be able to implement Workforce Pell. We don't know what that will look like, but we hope that we would get to work with C2C, our labor agency, to be able to share with you what that progress is looking like. Why do we care about that? Because we see very clearly that adult learners need better access to financial aid. So let me pause here and take any questions before I ask Dr. Moldoff to present on equitable support.
Dr. Gonzalez, I have a question in Cal Grant C modernization. So when we did yesterday's advocacy day, there is a lot of interest, support that modernizing Cal Grant C, especially with the data we shared yesterday. So what is the next step? Do we have to change the policy, or is it a legislative change, or it's a budget change? What is the next step from CSAC to take this into the next level?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I reported maybe 6 months ago about our partnership with the Foundation for California Community Colleges as a result of receiving a grant from College Futures. That is the work that they are doing. They are completing that work in March. We're very intentional about March. And the questions that we asked as a part of helping them see our historic 10-year trend for Cal Grant C was to be able to point to us, what are the barriers that students are receiving? So for example, last year, 120,000 students were eligible for Cal Grant C. And yet, if you recall, we're capped at that 7,761. We wanted to understand what was happening to the other students. Who are they? What type of fields? What's the length of term? And then we also wanted to know what happened to everybody else that we thought was eligible who didn't submit a supplemental form, because this program operates on a supplemental form basis. They are doing that analysis and finishing it up. My next step is to be able to sit down with the primary segment that utilizes this program. In statute, we're required to work with the state chancellor's office. And so being able to sit down and be able to say, okay, the data is showing us these types of fields are no longer relevant. What can we align in terms of the state? And then the other biggest challenge, which is really the length of the term of the program. The community colleges have been innovating during the pandemic. They were developing 8-week courses, 10-week courses, and that is a primary challenge. And so we need to better think that through. Our strategy, though, in advocacy is that we would be able to present the administration with those changes. It would fundamentally be considered for us trailer bill language, as you heard us say yesterday in Advocacy Day, because what we're trying to do is to be able to streamline the process and align it to California's workforce goals and the work that's actually happening in our institutions.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Moldoff, I don't see any other questions. So walk us through equitable success. Support.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Commissioners, you sent us an ambitious agenda for equity and support. Under this goal, we have been removing barriers by expediting renewals, consolidating applications, and reviewing our programs for new innovations. And we look forward to sharing those impacts in the future. But today we are focusing on how we are starting to leverage partnerships and data to support basic needs. So in our first year of the blueprint, we launched a new partnership with the Scholarshare Investment Board to support outreach for Cal Kids, a program funded by the state of California to support K-12 low-income foster youth and unhoused youth. So Cal Kids launched in 2022, but it's been challenging to connect students to this resource. Often the Scholarshare Investment Board doesn't have up-to-date contact information for these students, so a lot of accounts remain unclaimed. In fact, the statewide claim rate is about 20%. So the way we're measuring the impact of our partnership is to what extent we are helping to move that needle disaggregated by age. Why is this metric important? It provides some initial evidence of how, together with our partners, we can build trust with California students and bridge the gap between financial aid and other basic needs supports that often exist in silos on campuses. Also, we believe support is equitable when all students have access to the resources they're entitled to. So it doesn't matter if their parents know how to navigate the system, if they're a first-generation student who doesn't have a trusted person to lead them through the process. We really see part of our role here at CSAC as really trying to remove barriers for these students and activate our data in our infrastructures to help students access all of their basic needs support beyond financial aid. So next slide, please. So, as Dr. Gonzalez mentioned earlier, our headline here is that we have already seen 91,001 more Cal Kids accounts claimed since we started this partnership. So this is under Outcome 2B, which is on page 16 of your blueprint. Partner with segments, basic needs organizations, state and federal agencies to expand awareness and streamline access to state and federal programs or services that support student basic needs. For phase 1 of the implementation of Cal Kids into web grants, we received data for 2.4 million Cal Kids accounts for high school and college-age students starting last October. We were able to match this to the real-time enrollment data we get from the California Department of Education that we already use to assist high schools and districts to monitor their seniors' financial aid and GPA submissions. So what you see here on this chart is our ability to connect students to resources in real time and build relationships with students and families before they even apply for FAFSA and CADA, and thus connect them to these real dollars to support their basic needs. You see that we can leverage our IT infrastructure and data to reach more California learners and connect them to support beyond just our own state financial aid programs that we administer. The data reflected here is just the impact of phase one. In phase one, we added the CalKids flag to our report that for seniors. So I'll direct your attention, especially to the growth for 17 and 18-year-olds, that senior population, over the first 3 months of this partnership. So you can see in the light blue line for 18-year-olds, the claims went from 28% to 36%, and for 17-year-olds, the dark green, it went from 15% to 26%. Again, the statewide claim rate is about 20%, so it's really important. Even these small changes has a really big impact on our students. And again, this is just for phase one. Last week, I'm happy to announce that we released phase two for our reports for LEAs. This is a new report for 9th through 12th grade students. So whereas the senior report was our existing report that high school counselors and district users use in order to track students' completions of financial aid and GPA for purposes of AB 469 and also the universal FAFSA, and just to make sure that we're completing everything. This report is a specifically CalKids report, because through the data we've been able to get from the California Department of Education and CalKids, we're able to provide high school counselors data not just on those seniors that they're already used to getting data for, but all students in high schools 9th through 12th grade. So I'm excited to share the impact of that in the future. And also, if that weren't all, we're also leveraging our existing student portal, Web Grants for Students. So I think earlier it was mentioned that here at CSAC, we are in a really great position because we have connections to not just high schools, not just higher ed institutions, but even the students themselves. Our existing student portal, Web Grants for Students. This week, we're actually prepping a communication to those students who are applying for or are already enrolled in higher education. Over 57,000 students have a Web Grants for Students account already, and an unmatched or a matched unclaimed CalKids account. So again, these are really low-hanging fruit solutions. Like, these students are already coming to our portal, just like those high school counselors are already using Web Grants for Institutions. This is just a way to provide the data in a way that's easy for them to access, and just a streamlined, more holistic way to see all the support that's available for them for their college-going experience. So really, by leveraging our existing relationship to these students, to these high school counselors and districts, we can connect them to a resource in real time. So there have been 91,001 more claimed accounts between October and February, which means 91,001 more students empowered with this additional resource to support college affordability. And it's just the beginning of what is possible through collaboration with our partners. This is very much a pilot project, and we're looking forward to leveraging it in the future. And with that, next slide, please. So what is next for equitable support? Looking ahead, we are investing in our IT resources to make sure we can continue to pursue policies to streamline applications and basic needs coordinations. We're also partnering with our advocates and research partners to ensure that data from the Food and Housing Survey that we're administering this fall is going to be more actionable. We're getting ready to leverage what we've learned from CalKids to bring CalFresh into our student portal, thereby increasing its position as a one-stop shop, Web Grants for Students, that is, for support for California students. And we're also working with CASFA on professional development that will ensure that we're all talking from the same playbook when we're helping students and families apply for financial aid, CASFA being the professional organization for those financial aid counselors. And also, we are looking forward to providing you new data, not just on a full year of CalKids next time, but also on the initial impact of the renewal simplification project that Tay and the staff in PASD have been working on so hard. So we'll be able to see that impact next year once we actually go through this new renewal process over the spring and the summer. And also we'll have that data from the Food and Housing Survey that should be actionable in a way that it will really allow us to inform us what our next steps should be when it comes to connecting students to more basic needs supports. So with that, I know that was a lot, so I'll pause for any clarifying questions.
Any questions, commissioners? Okay, we'll go ahead and continue.
Thank you. So if there are no questions, then I will pass it on to Deputy Director Tay Kane to cover equitable success.
Thank you, Dr. Moldoff, and great job with the CalKids implementation. And so great to see that 91,000 students have claimed their awards since our partnership with CalKids. We will now shift to our third and final goal, equity and success, and in particular, goal 3A, which you will find on page 18 of that student success blueprint. And as we walk through the next slides, and as you have seen, the question we must ask ourselves as we measure this goal: why are these outcomes important to this equitable success goal? Equitable success is the result of equitable access and equitable support. Meaning, if we achieve equity and access and support in the student educational arc, the outcomes should reflect that in success. These lagging indicators show whether students are achieving their individual educational goals and whether the state is moving towards its broader workforce goals. In other words, I'm going to just reiterate this, that equity and access and equity and support should lead us here. The students successfully receiving their financial aid and completing their educational goals. For year one, we are clearly focusing on paid rates. We are not introducing new data. This is data that we have shared in the past. Rather, we're putting this existing data into context. Paid rates directly support one of the goals you identified, outcome 3A, which specifically calls for improving on our paid rates. This year, we are measuring progress by examining pay rates because they help us determine whether students are receiving the aid that they were awarded. That measurement tells us whether our systems are effectively supporting our students throughout their financial aid and educational journey. Next slide. And of course, the headline here is institutions are critical to paid awards. So all the awards are offered to the students, but institutions are so critical to making sure that those awards turn into payments. And why does this matter? Because you identified a very clear goal in outcome 3A to increase paid rates for eligible applicants across all programs, across all segments, and ensuring students receive their resources on time. For year one, we're focusing on Cal Grant because it is our largest and premier financial aid program and serves the greatest number of students. The data you see reflects the 24-25 academic year and it's complete data and helps us assess how effectively institutions are processing awards into actual disbursements. This chart reflects the paid rates for all new entitlement award offers in the 24-25 year, including the high school entitlement, the community college entitlement, and the transfer entitlement programs. It does not include the competitive program that Dr. Gonzalez mentioned earlier, the Cal Grant C program, and our renewal Cal Grant recipients. The paid rates, they are calculated by dividing the number of awards that were successfully paid by the total number of awards that were offered, broken out by segment for the 24-25 year. The unpaid awardees are broken into various categories represented by the different shades on the chart. I will note that the segmental breakdowns are not necessarily to scale on the y-axis, I believe, on the chart. And so what that means is that the community college segment versus the private nonprofit, there are hundreds of thousands more awards for the community colleges, but the percentages represent the performance within that particular segment. So it may not necessarily be to scale, but within the segmental data, the percentages will reflect that the pay grades and the different statuses. So commissioners, what you see here is the 24-25 data that reflects the hard work of our institutions paying the Cal Grant recipients. As you know, CSAC works in partnership with our institutions. CSAC provides the disbursements to the institutions so they can disperse financial aid, Cal Grant specifically, to their students. This chart reflects that shared responsibility and the effort happening on the campuses every day to get aid to those students. The green color represents students who have been successfully paid. And of course, that is the outcome we want to see for all of our students, that they get their award offered and ultimately get paid. This is equitable access translating into real support. At the same time, there are noticeable differences across the segments, and I want to walk through each of those with you. Now, we will emphasize only percentages of 2 of the categories in this presentation, but certainly we can provide complete percentages and numbers separately if needed. As you can see here in the green, that represents, again, the paid rates for each of the segments. 46% at the California community colleges. And you see higher percentages at the University of California. The Cal State University is at 68%. The 61% is also at the nonprofit institutions. The nonprofit institutions are represented predominantly the AICC institutions and but other nonprofit institutions. And then 20% at our for-profit institutions. Now, at the same time, as you look at these paid rates, there is a call to action. So if you click on the next animation, you'll see in the dark blue additional percentages. And the blue represents students who are enrolled but have yet to be paid. And of course, the 24-25 academic year has closed. And so these were students we know were at the campus, but for whatever reason, were not paid. And this is where we have that opportunity. It signals where stronger coordination and partnership with our institutions can help ensure that these students receive their aid in a timely manner. The purple represents students who were initially awarded by CSAC, but the institution later determined them to be ineligible, maybe through a process of verification or maybe the student did not meet satisfactory academic progress. But they also reported to us that they may not have been in attendance as well. And so they're able to do that through the Web Grants for Institutions interface. As you walk through each of these segments, you'll see some patterns, and those differences matter because they help us identify where targeted strategies, technical assistance, or process improvements may be needed. Now, the yellow category that you see, and then you see that yellow does represent a large section of some of the bar graph. It represents students who have an active award offer and have listed that campus as their first choice on the FAFSA or California Dream Act application. But we have not yet received any enrollment confirmation from the institution. In other words, the campus has not reported enrollment to us, so we cannot move forward on that award to a paid status. In most cases, the student did not enroll in college during the 24-25, or they enrolled in a non-participating Cal Grant institution, which includes out-of-state universities. I do want to also note that within the section of the community college, there is this light bluish color that is not in other segments. And that represents students who are in the California Community College reserve status. And this goes back to the question that Commissioner Haynes asked earlier around the differences between Cal Grant A and Cal Grant B. For the majority of students in the community college segment, when they apply and they are considered for Cal Grant, they are eligible for Cal Grant A and Cal Grant B. but there is also a small group of students who may not meet the income ceilings for Cal Grant B, but because Cal Grant A has higher income ceilings, they are eligible for Cal Grant A. Because community colleges do not charge tuition and fees, they are unable to use their Cal Grant A during the time that they are at a community college. So the award is put in the reserve status until they transfer to a four-year institution. So that's that group of students who have a Cal Grant A offer, but can't use it at community college, but could use it later on should they transfer to a four-year institution. So I just wanted to make that footnote. So this chart is both a recognition of progress and also a roadmap for improvement. It shows the real impact of our programs on students and where we can work together to strengthen paid rates across all segments. Again, this underscores that institutions are critical to paid rates. They confirm enrollment, verify eligibility, and report those changes back to the California Student Aid Commission. They report directly their reporting directly affects whether an award moves from an offered award to a paid award. And it's important to note, again, that all the students shown on this chart have an active Cal Grant award offer. They are just simply in different stages. Again, some have been paid, that's represented in green. Some are enrolled but unpaid in the blue. Some have been reported ineligible or not in attendance, that's the purple. And some are waiting enrollment confirmation, and that's the yellow. The work ahead is understanding where are these students in the process. If they are not enrolled, what happens to their Cal Grant? How is that reported? And how does that status ultimately factor into our pay grades? That's why this chart is both a performance measure and a management tool. It helps us identify where interventions, follow-up, or stronger institutional coordination may improve the outcomes. Go to the next slide. Now, the next slide may look very, very similar. Oh, if we go back to the prior slide. Yes. So this is what I showed you before was the 24-25 data. Now I'm showing you the data in real time, which is our 25-26 data. The 25-26 data is still not complete. We are still in the middle of the spring semester and towards the tail end of the winter quarter. So we still have time left. And institutions have until the end of August to report payments and reconcile. But as you can see up to this point, the data remains largely consistent with the prior year. For the commissioners, to provide context on this year's progress and how we can better support our students, here's the current status on the enrolled and unpaid, and that's that dark blue again. So students who are enrolled, we have positive confirmation that they are on the campus, but their award is still in that unpaid status. At the community colleges, they are close to their previous year's performance, currently 1% off from the 12%. The UCs, last year they achieved 4%. This year they are currently at 7%. And of course, again, as I mentioned, there's still a lot of time left in the year. At the CSUs, they have matched their last year's performance at 6%. And this position offers them the opportunity to be the first segment to fully utilize these resources and disperse payments to their students within the remaining months. At the nonprofit colleges, very similar to the community colleges, they are nearly at the same percentage as last year, just 1 percentage point off. And then the for-profit institutions, for-profit private colleges, again, they're so similar to last year's at 3%, and this year they are at 7%. So the data remains very, very similar to the 24-25 year. And as I mentioned again, there's still many, many months left in the 25-26 year. Okay, so next slide. This is my final slide. So commissioners, as we look ahead to 2026, the question before us is simple. How do we move the needle? We know that equitable success does not happen by accident. It requires intentional investment in resources, clear policy direction, and sustained partnership, and also building new partnerships. On the resources side, we need the financial resources for a fully funded Cal Grant equity framework. We know the complexity of how Cal Grant, we have many different programs, different GPA requirements, different income and asset ceilings. And so the framework would help to simplify that. Investment into programs that better serve adult learners. As we heard from Dr. Gonzalez, there are 17% of adult learners that are not receiving a Cal Grant. Building a permanent research capacity to ensure that we are continuously monitoring and improving on our paid rates. From a policy standpoint, we are trying to strengthen data reporting compliance and refining enrollment reporting, including solutions for consortiums, specifically at the community college where students are maybe attending two separate community colleges, but the unit data is not necessarily being shared so that the student could receive financial aid at one of the home campuses. And critically, we're also deepening partnerships through segment-specific paid rate data review sessions. We hope to create shared accountability with institutions. And through collaboration with the Cradle to Career system, we're aligning financial aid outcomes with broader educational and workforce goals for the state. And for future data and metrics, we're also focusing on the development and refinement of future data and metrics, including, but not limited to, continued data sharing with the California Community College Chancellor's Office, analysis of this year's institutional advancement policy and its impact on paid rates, student paid rates, key findings from the adult learner study that's being conducted in partnership with our college futures, introduction of new data points within the SB 70 dashboard, including enrollment, persistence, and graduation rates, and measuring the return on investment for those financial aid programs, annual segment data reporting, and development and maintenance of a comprehensive data dictionary, which would be very important as we talk through paid rates and award offers and recipients and applicants. So having a data dictionary would help us to speak from the same playbook. With that, I know that was a lot of information, a lot of data, so I can take any clarifying questions before we conclude this presentation.
Tay, Commissioner Haynes, one of the slides, if you could go back to the slides that sort of detailed out pay rates.
Yes.
That one. So student applies, are funds actually sent to the institution across the sectors?
Yes. So CSAC will send funds to the institutions so that institutions, as they report that students are enrolled and have confirmed eligibility, CSAC sends the funds to the institutions, and the institution then disperses the Cal Grant funds to the student.
Got it. Okay, you answered my question. I wanted to confirm that there was some enrollment verification process before the funds were actually sent to the institutions.
Yes, Commissioner Haynes, there's the institutions, and again, just want to underscore that institutions are critical to the paid awards because they are the ones that are doing a lot of the work in terms of confirmation of enrollment and also confirmation of eligibility.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for commissioners? Okay.
Thank you, Tay. Commissioners, I'm going to start to wrap it up and I'll begin to summarize so we could have more of a conversation. Really want to hear from you as you're thinking about our work. If we could go one slide forward. We started here. This is the impact that you've had in year one. And it's always hard when you're looking at year one of implementation of anything. But more importantly, when you have very bold, ambitious equity goals, to be able to look at numbers like this and say, great job. But I do want to honor the students, the families, the CSAC team, our institutional partners, as well as our segment partners, because what you're seeing on this slide would not happen without them. And yet when we say we've dispersed, because that's what the state budget has allowed us to do, so we get $3.6 billion in 24-25. Our goal is to get it all out so that students and families can afford college. That $3.6 billion represents 622,000 Californians. And yet we accept that and we look at numbers like that 11% increase in applications. And we ask ourselves, well, did we reach the right students? Did we reach low-income students? Did we reach adult learners? And how many more had basic needs, unmet basic needs that we need to help? I see opportunity here, but I also see progress. And what's very important is that you've laid out ambitious goals that I still believe are all possible. And so I'm incredibly grateful for that. And I want to show you what the future looks like. So if we go to the next slide. One thing we will do is we need to bring back these goals and these metrics to our committees. And so I see a lot of work for Commissioner Maxey, a lot of work for Commissioner Rodriguez, two of our major committees. Because when we say we've achieved an 11% increase in applications, our next question with equity goals should be where, what type of students, and who have we left behind? And so we're very lucky that our team was able to clean up some of the data gaps that we've had in the past at CSAC. We're now going to begin to receive race and ethnicity. We'll be able to disaggregate regions and special populations. And that's the real work in year 2. In year 2, we need to be saying, all right, 11%, where, for whom? And what percentage of the graduating class does that population actually represent? We also need to make our data actionable in real time. I'm really grateful to the team, and I want to acknowledge Dr. Ryan Fuller, who also worked for many, many months with Dr. Moldoff to really help us think about our metrics today and into the future. So when I say a lot more work in our committees, it also means being able to set our metrics earlier on and being able to make sure that we're, number one, doing something about the data in real time, while also then thinking about next year's report. And then lastly, being able to do the planning for necessary partnerships to close data gaps. As you heard, our Deputy Director, Tate Kang, what do we do with data like paid rates? What can we do this differently? Like one of the questions that I was thinking of when I was hearing the team present, do we have to run it that way? And I think we can ask ourselves that question of many different things for how we operate in our current structures. We just have to be willing to, one, create the partnership, and be able to sit down and explain. We may not be able to solve it all in one day, but we can absolutely take that very next step. And I think paid rates is one of those opportunities for us. We know they're eligible. So what barrier can CSAC remove? Whether it's data sharing, which is, or more monthly sit-down sessions, whatever it is, we know that we're aligned because we all want students to enroll. And I know that we can get there. So year 2 looks something like this, but our last slide is this. So what do we do with a data set like this, with a slide deck like this? Number one is being able to hear from you directly today, feedback on what year 1 looked like, what you want us to prioritize for the next year. But I want to show you where the team is headed. So number 1 is being able to publish that report. We will be having a media roundtable. As you can see, our data and the way that we run financial aid is so complex. And so it's very important for us to be able to tell our story, to tell California the impact and yet the opportunity, and how CSAC can help and partner with institutions and with students and families to help them make college more affordable. And so step 1 is publishing the report, hosting a media roundtable. And so by April, you should be getting this in your inbox, as well as getting a hard copy, because I don't travel without this. This is always, I know you can't see it, but it's my blueprint. And it's all tattered up and I write all over it, but that's really our North Star. And yet we also have to be able to be willing to be nimble. That's the whole thing about a living document. So the team is going to be finishing up their analysis. All of the segments have to turn in their data to CSAC by March of 2026. And that's all of the new data that was in trailable language. We're working closely with Cradle to Career. So really grateful to Dr. Moldoff and the C2C team who've been setting up all the data so that when we get it, we can reevaluate now the new metrics that we have. That's all going to end up in a dashboard. And we are required by law to publish it on August 1 of 2026. So you can expect a glimpse of what that looks like, and then that data then influencing our work in the future. And by January of 2027, which is again why I said committees, you have more work coming your way. We have to be able to set our metrics and be willing to make some changes, whether it's goals or our timing. One thing I can tell you now, reflecting back, presenting in March is challenging because we don't have all of the data, but it was very important that we stick to this March deadline, particularly because it's been a year and we're still doing a lot of building the plane while flying the plane. And so March was very important for us. In the future, you will likely get a mapped out version of what data comes in when and what analysis can we do today. So I appreciate you for creating this bold vision, for your nimbleness in being able to direct us. And I would love to hear more from you as a part of this presentation.
Do we have any questions? Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Do you have any questions from our commissioners?
This is Lisa, not a question, but maybe a comment and a kind of just some reflection here. So kudos to the entire CSAC staff. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, for the presentation and everyone who joined in. I had the I wasn't here in March. I didn't join the commission until July, but so I inherited the blueprint. But I just want to acknowledge and thank all the commissioners who came before, because what I'm hearing and as I'm reflecting on the data, right, as you said, it was bold and we are making progress, and I always come into it as in an even better if mindset, right? Like, what could we be doing better, even better if we did this or looked at this? And so I really appreciate all the ways that you have sliced and diced the data for us. It was a lot to take in, and so I'm looking forward to receiving the report and going through the slides that I have here. I see, as you said, a lot of opportunity, and I would love to strategize. I mean, especially what struck out to me was the institution's role in ensuring that the students receive the awards that they rightfully should have access to, right? And so that I think was a deep blue, and the yellow bars are concerning to me, right? Because as an institution, we also have that goal, right? That we want every student who is eligible for an award to have received the award. And I feel like there's more that maybe we could be doing together. And so I just want to put it out that I think that, again, it's part of our goals as well to award our students and to remove barriers. And so I look forward to really digging into that part of it to ensure that the students are rightfully awarded the money that they deserve. So thank you again for the presentation, for all the work that has gone into this. It's been quite a marvel to be here for the past couple of months and to hear how much progress has been made. So I applaud you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cardosa. I know if Vice Chair Day was here, he would remind us all, send me my data. Tell me who's unpaid. We'd be happy to send that over. I know Tay would probably say your staff has access, but you know what? We all need to roll up our sleeves. So whatever you need, I know Vice Chair Day, he was like, send me my data. I need to know. I need to know who at CSULA has yet to be paid. We'd be happy to share that. The financial aid directors who have access to our system have that, but we all need to go the extra mile.
Well, and I just want to acknowledge real quick, sorry, Commissioner Cifuentes, Chair Cifuentes has opened her remarks by saying how how Riverside is taking those extra steps, right? Like they are looking at the data and they are picking up the phone and calling the students and wanting to know what happened and reflecting on that, right? So yeah, so same. I'm anxious and eager to have us help you all with that extra step. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cardoso. Other questions from commissioners? Those in person in Sacramento?
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
please.
just the quick one, agree with Lisa. At the end of the day, or Commissioner Cardoso, that is, agree that it's a shared responsibility model, right, for getting us there. But as we think about data more globally, and this is what I've heard in legislative hearings, and it's something we need to continue to work on to figure out how we can do this. It really is that throughput data to say how effective are the outcomes of our awards to students in completing their programs and successfully entering the workforce and getting a good job. That's part of, cradle to career, but in making our case to expand eligibility, to reduce the barriers, that's something that they consistently ask for. And I don't know how we integrate that long term, but if that's something that we can add as a North Star in the future, I would certainly support that aspect. And then the second piece, and this is the harder piece as well, in achieving all of these goals, and achieving even Cal Grant reform. It's about the transition from where we're at today to where we want to get to. So would just encourage, the commission and the staff, as we think about how to get to those goals, to be very intentional about that transition of how we get from point A to point B, because that's really how we can get the students where we need them to be, where we can get our institutional partners where we need them to be. And that's usually the hardest part. The easiest part is to say, we know where we want to be. The hardest part is to say, how do we get there from where we're at today?
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions or comments from commissioners?
Yeah, I'll make a comment, Chair Cifuentes. Something comes to mind after Commissioner Ferguson's remarks. I think when we look at the different, I think it was mentioned earlier that one of the other segments that they have their own, like their own goals. So what comes to mind is some of the strategic goals and the 2030 that we have at some of the other segments. So I think with how can we help to achieve, our goals and our student success blueprint is to identify how we can partner and be in line, say, with the student success blueprint, strategic goals and plans of the other segments as well. Okay, I think that will kind of help us make sure that we're all, in line, and we're the goal ultimately, we're all serving the same, student populations, and that would just help us accomplish some of these goals and metrics. And that will also be more in line with some of the funding, right, that we're asking for some of the other programs. So I'm kind of thinking about, to some of the conversations that we had yesterday. So for example, like with Workforce Pell. So that's all I have. Thank you, Chair and Directors on that. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, commissioners. Before we go to public comment, I just want to say thank you to Dr. Gonzalez and to Dr. Moldoff and Tay for the presentation. I get to see the data a lot more and looking at it, and I just think it's so important that we're just grounded in return on investment and work we're doing and the efforts we're doing. And I just we could just sometimes continue to do what we've always done. And I think they've taken a effort to look at all areas of the commission and all things we focus on, but with that student-centered lens. So it's thank you. I know there's a lot of information, but I definitely want to make sure you have all those talking points and tools to share what is the commission working on. So with that, I'll turn over to Kat to do any public comment on this item.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes, and thank you to all the commissioners for your responses and for the very informative presentation. Public comment for agenda item 8 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at the 1102 Q Street location, then move to other locations and conclude with virtual comments. At this time, we have 0 public comments in the Sacramento location. Now we will move alphabetically to the virtual space, beginning with American River College, California State University, Los Angeles, Riverside County Office Red, University of San Francisco, and all virtual attendees, please unmute yourself. At this time, we have 0 submitted public comments in the virtual space. I will now pass it back to the chair.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next item. And commissioners, I know we're running a little bit over than our time at 12:30, but for sure we'll get you out of here the goals by 1, no later. So we'll go ahead and move on to our next item, number 9, our institutional participation agreement alignment to CSAC student success. And we'll go ahead and turn it back to Tay.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes, and always daunting to be the last presentation before lunch. So I'll try to keep this short, but I know we want to try to get out of here by 1 o'clock. But I do want to walk you through the institutional participation agreement, why it matters, and how it functions as the essential entry point for institutions seeking to participate in the Cal Grant and middle class scholarship programs. Understanding the IPA helps us to appreciate the shared responsibilities between us, the Student Aid Commission, and the institutions, and really helps to safeguard our financial aid programs. So the IPA, it stands for Institutional Participation Agreement. It is a former contract between higher education institutions and the California Student Aid Commission. And again, it serves as the entry point for institutions seeking participation in state financial aid programs. Signing the agreement is the first and essential step for any eligible institution to become authorized to offer Cal Grants and middle class scholarships awards to their students. The agreement outlines the administrative, fiscal, and informational security requirements that institutions must meet to participate in these programs. And specifically, the IPA governs participation in the Cal Grant program, which provides financial aid to students. And now, just more recently, the middle class scholarship program, which supports our middle income families at UC, CSU, and some of our community colleges. By signing the IPA, the institution commits to properly managing financial aid funds, accurately and securely handling the student data, complying with all state regulations and reporting requirements. And the IPA is crucial for maintaining program integrity and protecting student information, ensuring that financial aid is distributed responsibly and effectively. And in short, the IPA creates a foundation of trust and accountability between the state and participating institutions, enabling California to provide equitable financial aid to students across the state. Next slide. So the current IPA needs to be amended to better align with California's evolving goals for equitable student success. The amendments will reflect from the CSAC Student Success Blueprint, which lays out a strategic vision for improving student outcomes across all segments. These changes will ensure the IPA supports more effective administrative and fiscal processes, enhances information security in line with current best practices, incorporates new requirements that reflect the state's commitment to equity, transparency, and accountability. Updating IPA is just not a compliance exercise. It is a way to strengthen the partnership between CSAC and institutions to better serve our students. The amendment process will help institutions navigate the complexities of state financial aid administration more effectively and foster better alignment between state goals and institutional responsibilities. Ultimately, this update supports California's commitment to make financial aid programs are administered efficiently and equitably so students receive the support they need to succeed. Next slide. One key reason for amending the IPA was that the previous version missed one of the most important aspects, the students themselves. The updated IPA now explicitly centers students by committing both the institution to removing barriers that might otherwise prevent students from accessing, persisting, and completing their education. The shift to student-centered language reflects a stronger focus on equity and support throughout the financial aid process. The IPA commits both parties to provide students with accessible, easy to understand information via websites, email, printed materials, and making sure students are well informed every step of the way. Importantly, it requires institutions and the Commission to support students throughout the financial aid appeal process, something that we heard from our Student Advisory Council, with accessible resources and advising and ensuring help is available when students face challenges. The right side, as you can see, of the slide shows excerpts from the IPA introduction outlining the joint commitment to student-centered support. You have a copy of the printed IPA in your packet. By adding this language, the IPA now places students at the center, strengthening our ability to help them succeed by making financial aid more equitable and navigable. Next slide. We're also grateful for Senate Bill 148, which requires all institutions that participate in the middle class scholarship program to sign an IPA. This was trailer bill that was passed last year and is now part of the Education Code. And this will serve as a formal acknowledgement of the institution's willingness and commitment to administer the MCS program in compliance with state requirements. What's important here is that the IPA isn't just something CSAC created on its own. It's developed through collaboration and consultation with representatives from all the different segments and campuses. This ensures that the agreement works for everyone involved and keeps the focus on supporting students effectively. Next slide. And as you can see here, we were very, very thoughtful and deliberate in terms of making sure that we received adequate feedback and constructive feedback from various stakeholders, the Cal Grant IPA and Middle Class Scholarship Review Subcommittee, as I mentioned, the CSAC Student Advisory Council, the Financial Aid Advisory Board, the MCS IPA Subcommittee, and then we also had a public comment webinar and time where all stakeholders within the financial aid sector could provide comments on the IPA amendment. So it was a very deliberate way to ensure that we were open, we were transparent, and we provided avenues for feedback. And now we're at step 6, the presentation to the commission. Next slide. So as we look to the next steps, the final draft of the 2026-30 IPA is anticipated to be presented to the commission for final approval in April or May of 2026, depending on when is our next commission meeting. The commission will take formal action on this item at that point. Today is more informational to really just lay the groundwork and then give you a preview of what is to come. If approved, the 26-30 IPA will become available for institutions and will need to be executed later this fall. A special alert also went out earlier communicating this particular timeline so that our institutions were aware of the timeline. Next slide. And we want to give our gratitude and appreciation, a special thanks to our IPA review subcommittee, and special thanks to Commissioner Haynes and Commissioner Salavia for sitting in on the IPA review subcommittee. Definitely your presence and your input was really helped us and shaped many of our decision making. So thank you, Commissioner Haynes. Salavia. Next slide. And I have with us this morning, as we conclude this item on the institutional participation agreement, I have several colleagues who were part of the IPA review subcommittee panel and wanted to provide an opportunity also for them to share with us their experience on the IPA review process. I have known many of these colleagues for many years and appreciate always their partnership and their feedback and input. And so first we have Sean Brick, who's the Associate Vice Provost for Student Financial Aid at UC Office of the President, Noelia Gonzalez, the System-Wide Director of Financial Aid Programs at the California State University, Noemi Taborda, the Associate Dean of Financial Aid at the University of Southern California, and Patricia Jimenez del Valdez, a Financial Aid Officer at American River College. So if you can all turn on your cameras, I want to ask some panelist questions. And we'll start with Sean, then Noelia, then Noemi, then Patricia. If you can just share with us your experience working with the CSAC team throughout the IPA amendment process.
Thanks, Tay. The experience was a very positive one. We did start off at pretty different places at the beginning in our opinions about some portions of the IPA, but CSAC staff and Tay in particular was very open to our feedback and collaborative. While I hope it wasn't terribly painful for Commissioners Haynes and Sarovia, but walking through the IPA line by line, while tedious, was extremely helpful. And so the time that the staff took to go line by line was worth the investment to stop there.
Noelia?
Hi, everyone. Noelia Gonzalez, System-Wide Director for Financial Aid Programs at the CSU Chancellor's Office. I'm also part of the Financial Aid Advisory Board. I just wanted to echo Sean's words. We're extremely appreciative of being able to be part of this process. I think in my many years prior to FAB, I was part of the grant advisory committee, I think since like 2000. I think this was probably the first time that we've actually been so involved in the IPA process. Yes, going through it line by line was very tedious. However, it was very beneficial for us. It kept us on task. We also were able to have a financial aid director from CSU San Marcos participate. So she's an actual doer of the job every day or almost every day with her office and was able to give really good feedback. Also appreciate that what we said and our ideas regarding student-centered language, all of that was taken into consideration. And I think this really felt very collaborative and something that our campuses will be able to be assured that we were 100% participants in and able to really drive the work. So we really are very appreciative of that.
Thank you. Noemi?
Hi, everyone. My name is Noemi Tagorda, and I'm with the University of Southern California. I basically same what Sean and Noelia already said. I think what I really appreciated was the collaborative process. Going through the IPA line by line was definitely tedious, but it was a good opportunity to understand what changes were being proposed and to speak with the staff about what those changes might mean, what the intentions were, so that we could provide feedback as to whether those intentions would have the results that they were hoping for. So I certainly appreciate the collaborative process, and not that I'm looking forward to do this again, but but if and when it needs to happen again, I think that the same approach should be taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Noemi. Patricia?
Hello, everyone. This is Patricia Jimenez de Valdez from American River College. And so over the years, CSAC has always opened the channels of collaboration with all segments, including us community colleges. We have had work groups, webinars, regional trainings, conferences. And working with the IPA was no exception. It was collaborative. It was a well-planned sessions. They were interactive, accessible. We are very grateful with everybody at CSAC, open to feedback and taking in our recommendations, adapting it accordingly to the new agreement. I've been part of some other line by line with like the handbook in 2015. So this was for me a little bit easier, believe it or not. Looking forward for further collaboration and very appreciative of you guys at CSAC. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it was in many ways, it was almost like a negotiated rulemaking session, walking through that. So thank you for your comments. And I'm going to just combine our last two questions into one. What is one area that could have been better or improved? A recommendation you have for future work groups, and any other final thoughts that you may have. So Patricia, I want to start with you.
Sure, I will. I think, again, appreciating that the community colleges have been always part of it. I would like to see more participation. I would like to see more staff in more the program leads in here in these meetings. As I call them in Spanish, the hormiguitas, people that are actually working there, people that actually touch the programs and interact with the students. I would like to see a bit more of us in this type of conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Noemi?
Yeah, I think that this process, no matter how we do it, it's always going to be a compromise, right? So there are definitely going to be things that we, as a private nonprofit institution that we may have wanted to see in the IPA that didn't happen. And that's okay. It's a compromise process. And I think what I appreciated was that there was listening. I think this is not feedback necessarily for CSAC, but more just a reflection that our timelines didn't always align. So this is not anything against CSAC, but more me trying to work with the different people in our office to try to get feedback on certain suggestions that that's more of just like from internally something that we need to work on is being more timely with feedback.
Thank you. Noelia?
Similar to what Noemi said about feedback from the rest of the community, I think would be beneficial to improve the process a little bit. But that also lies on us, right? Making sure that we're doing the outreach and finding the time to do that work, especially as we're coming up on doing the middle class scholarship IPA. You know, really talking to the people who do the work, I think would be really important to have an IPA that is able to be implemented at the end of the day.
Thank you. And finally, Sean?
Thanks. I think just having been through this experience, perhaps starting next time with the line by line approach would be good. Since it seems like there seemed to be consensus that that was a useful approach, and we didn't quite start there. We started with a broader review of the IPA. And then the other thing, you know, combining the MCS and Cal Grant IPAs, I think was a good move. And, you know, we keep looking at the federal model where there's a single participation agreement covering all of the federal Title IV aid programs. And, you know, we just think that that might be a model that might work for the state as well, a single participation agreement covering all CSAC programs rather than program-specific participation agreements.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you to our panelists and our segmental and campus representatives for your comments today, and also just your contributions and also your campus representatives throughout the IPA process. I mean, very, very flexible, and as Noemi mentioned, just the back and forth and just you know, the compromises that were made on both sides to come to the IPA where we are today. So appreciative of that. So thank you for, again, to the panelists for your comments today. And I'd be remiss if I didn't hear any comments from Commissioner Haynes or Commissioner Saravia in terms of your input throughout the IPA review subcommittee.
So many
Sure. Yes, Tay, I just have to say, I appreciate the process as well. I learned a lot going through the IPA process. I agree with our panel members. Line by line, at the end of the day, is the best approach. The last thing I'll say is I appreciate that this approach is codified under, I think it's Title V, meaning that it involves segmental representation, cross-segmental representation, which I think was also equally important to this process. Just hearing the different voices from the different sectors, I think really put us in a good place at the end to serve, which is our role as a commission, all California students. So again, I want to echo what the panel members mentioned. Again, thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. And I just wanted to amplify from my perspective, the process worked.
Thank you, Commissioner Haynes.
It was a lot of paperwork. It was a lot to read through, but kind of like how Commissioner Haynes and everyone else that was in the committee, it was necessary to be very tedious in the process, especially if we want to make things student-centered. We need to make sure that every single thing is student-centered and it's not contradictory in the agreement. So I really, really appreciated that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll open up to any other questions from the commissioners.
Yeah, Mr. Tay, just to clarify some of the comments that I've heard about just like from the different the partnerships with the different segments, right? So some of the challenges, I think it was called out, like some of the different timelines or some of the other I don't want to say barriers, but I want to say maybe best practices on at the different segments.
is there a possible way that we can incorporate, I think it was back in agenda item number 8, I believe I saw where in partnership, like how do we move forward? It was partnership with, I want to say like professional development. So if there is a way that we can say maybe like a call to action or best practices that could be agreed upon across all the different segments, because, and what I'm thinking, like if you're a financial aid office, or if you are in a department that helps students with financial aid, with their applications or whatever the process is, so that the work that's being done at each segment, at each different campus, right? Each the CSU, the Cal States, the community college. So if you walk into a financial aid office, the person that's doing the work is the same regardless of what campus you're on. Is that correct? Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, the IPA amendments and the IPA institutional participation agreement does have language and content that provides consistency in terms of what students can, the type of services that they can receive in terms of financial aid and the administration of Cal Grant and Middle Class Scholarship, but also recognizes that there is campus and segmental differences in terms of timelines and in terms of financial aid disbursements and confirmation of eligibility. So there's flexibility within the IPA to recognize those institutional differences, but there's also language that does spell out in terms of when students are, what is the expectation for students to receive their financial aid, specifically the Cal Grant Middle Class Scholarship.
So, well, thank you for that. So would it help as as an improvement? So when we come back for the final review and approval back in April, the approximate timeline, would it be helpful if we had, say, like best practices to spell out what it would be for each separate campus, right? So now we can kind of see what whatever, because the goal is the same, right? So whatever those challenges are at each campus, we identify what are those best practices regardless. So we're just thinking like maybe it's like some little different nuances from all the different campuses, but the goal is still the same, to reach the needs of the students on that particular campus. And if that's already something that was drafted or being considered, please provide clarification on that as well. I was just listening to the presenters discuss some of the process improvements and some of the challenges with trying to come collectively and draft out the IPA.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Commissioner Dopplemore. Yeah, definitely within the context of the amendments that you have in the IPA packet, the language that we added around student-centered commitments, you will find that a lot of the financial aid processes are tailored around making sure that the student is involved in the process and there's transparency. Again, there are definitely segmental and campus differences, but you would expect that students who are in the financial aid pipeline and in the process, they would be able to receive consistent services across. But again, recognizing that there may be differences within each of the campuses. Definitely, we encourage our commissioners to read the IPA. As Commissioner Sadavia said, it is a very lengthy document. If you're on the plane, going back home, maybe that's a good read for you to do, to read the IPA. And we will present this for action at the May Commission meeting for you to take action on it. So between now and then, if there are other feedback and recommendations within the context and content of the IPA, we certainly welcome that.
Thank you. Just one other comment, Tay, while we have the presenters on from each of the segments, if I could ask, is there any specific, say, call outs that you would like to share? So as we're going through to like for the final review and approval, is there anything specific that you would like that as a call out feedback to us for us to like zero in on and take into consideration before we move forward?
Any of the panelists want to respond to Commissioner Dopplemore?
One of the things I think Noelia maybe referenced this, that sort of where we started versus where we landed was around the student-centered language. And when it was first presented, it was sort of like, this is a new section that's a requirement for the institutions. And I think where we landed, which was more positive, is this is being student-centered is a broader responsibility for both the commission and the segments. And so it's more of a preamble that talks about all, both the commission and the institutions being student-centered. So I thought that was a positive outcome. And so maybe I don't know if you need to review that as a commissioner. I do want to call that out as something where CSAC was very responsive to some of our concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Brick, for that comment. I appreciate it. So I would say, Ms. Patricia, for example, if I could just kind of use you as the community college here, as an example. I know some of the challenges that we, in terms of like helping community colleges with, like with their paid rates, for example, is that we have a large, it's like the persistent, right? So students coming back from term to term and being eligible to receive their financial aid. And we have a large number of students that we're encouraging them to take the number of classes like where they're full-time. I'll just say, I know that those, I'm just pointing those out as a couple of examples that some of the barriers and challenges that students are faced with on the community college campus that kind of makes them a little bit where they're not, say, fully utilizing and taking advantage of the opportunities that we offer them. So that's why I kind of asked the question, like, what are some of the day-to-day things that are at the different campuses that we can take into consideration to kind of bring back and share to kind of, from our perspective, to fully flesh out a well-rounded IPA, for example, because you have also representatives for your different campuses that's on the commission as well.
All right. The way we see it, community colleges and in general, the factors the barriers our students have to be fully funded many times are external. We're talking about FAFSA simplification, right? So all of those factors that for students not able to complete their application, the students not able to provide the proper documentation if they are selected for verification, all of those factors external to what we are trying to accomplish in the IPA, we try to integrate and just move forward with it. The participation agreement, it's well thought. It's a document that was processed a few years back, and now through this work group, we were able to smooth a few of those in the document. You're going to see it. Hopefully you have a chance to read a few of those pages. And I'm very hopeful that we are going to eliminate those blocks that our students had with external factors.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. I do appreciate it, Ms. Dave Valdez. I appreciate it. Thank you. And that's all I have. Thank you, Tay, for allowing me to kind of dig a little deeper. And I'm going to say, Chair Cifuentes, that is all the questions and clarifying remarks that I have. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, thank you so much. I want to go ahead and thank our Tay definitely for the work and for the IPA subcommittee, for the team, the panel members that are here today. And we know how busy you are in your full-time job. And so for you to take your time to participate in this and to understand that your contribution and your just years and years of experience help us take care of this for the whole state of California. So I just want to say thank you for your commitment to this work and continued, as you can see, more and more open doors. CSAC should not be making decisions for you without you. And so that's why you're here, and we're going to lean on you as much as we can. So I want to say thank you for taking the time for the conversations and just for this commission meeting. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and move to public comment on this item. So don't leave us yet. Don't leave us yet, panel members. I'm going to turn over to Katz for public comment.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. The public comment for agenda item 9 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at the 1102 Street location, then move to other locations and conclude with virtual comments. At this time, we have 0 submitted public comments for the in-person location in Sacramento. We will move in alphabetical order to the virtual space, beginning with American River College, California State University, Los Angeles, Riverside County Office of Ed, University of San Francisco, and all other virtual attendees. Please unmute yourself. At this time, we have no submitted public comments in the virtual space. I will hand it back to the chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 10. And once again, thank you to our IPA subcommittee panel members for being here today and for their work. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 10. This is for any comments on items not on the agenda. I'll turn it over to Kat again to lead us through comments for any public comments for items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. Public comment for item number 10 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at the 1102 U Street location, and then move to other locations and conclude with virtual comment. At this time, we have 0 in-person public comments finished. So moving on to the virtual space. In alphabetical order, starting with American River College, California State University, Los Angeles, Riverside County Office of Ed, University of San Francisco, and all virtual attendees. Please unmute yourself. At this time, we have 0 submitted public comments in the virtual space. I will hand it back to the chair.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 11. If there's any new business to be considered at future commission meetings, I will turn it over, open it up for commissioners. I know we've got a lot of information today, and Dr. Gonzalez and the team have done a great job of being proactive on what we want to hear, what we want to talk about and discuss. But I'll open up this time if there's any new business. Okay, seeing and hearing none. Dr. Gonzalez, that you guys landed the plane, we're good. Nothing new. I'm sure more questions will come as everyone goes through the report. With that. So we'll go ahead and move on to item number 12. This is, actually, do we need to do public comment on new business? We do, just in case, right? Go ahead, Kat, I'll turn over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This is the last public comment. So public comment for item 11 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with the in-person location at 1102 U Street, and then move to other locations in the virtual space. At this time, we have 0 submitted in-person public comments. In alphabetical order, moving on to the virtual space, I'll begin with American River College, California State University, Los Angeles, Riverside County Office of Ed, University of San Francisco, and all virtual attendees. Please unmute yourself. At this time, we have no public comment submissions in the virtual space. I will hand it back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, we'll move on to item number 12. This is item to our general meeting. Before we do that, I want to give Dr. Gonzalez one more opportunity to say any final words or any message to our commissioners or from the team before we adjourn.
No pressure as I am between your lunch. I just want to make sure that we thank Noelia, Noemi, Sean, and Patricia just one more time. Of course, commissioners, thank you for traveling and for trusting us to do this work. And we're really grateful. So onward. Safe travels, everyone.
All right. All right, at this time, I want to say thank you to our commission, thank you to the team. I miss you. I wish I was in person. I feel I'm a little scattered because I'm not there with you, but thank you for yesterday. You've had a long day, so you get to go eat lunch and travel home a little earlier. Thank you for your leadership and for your commitment to the students of California. So with that, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn our meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All right, thank you so much. And we don't have to vote, or we don't have to have public comment. I won't do that. We won't do that. And at this time, we'll go ahead and end our meeting at 1:11 p.m. Thank you so much, commissioners. Travel safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.